This is my state, this is my team. You know what that means. This is for the black and blue that I bleed. This is for the chance to bring home that ring. But everybody gonna doubt this. So far there ain't been another way around it. We bring heat to the game each week. They just say we ain't got what it takes, we ain't bout it. Well, y'all can just keep saying that we ain't gonna make it, but at the end of the day, this'll be the Panthers nation. You know, this ain't a game to us major players at every angle that you can think of. That's why you hate us. Get out the way of greatness. You can look at our faces and see the blood, sweat, and tears that it took to create this. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, but you can save it. Cause even on the darkest of days, you know we're always gonna find a way to tell them what we gonna do, we gotta
All right, all right, all right. Let's get this thing started, shall we? Welcome on in. And before we get into the commentary, hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you are on YouTube. And don't forget to check out the Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps for in-game posts, polls, opinions, reactions to NFL news, and of course, the scheduling updates for the channel, for the streams, and fantasy football in the Yahoo Sports League for the Keep Pounding League that we are doing. Let's get started. All right. First of all, I'm just going to start with the elephant in the room that we just need to state right now. It's the Carolina Clown Show. It's the Carolina Clown Show, y'all. And we got the ringleader right there. If y'all see y'all seen the thumbnail, right? Y'all seen the thumbnail. We got a clown for a head coach. I mean, it's just, come on, man. All I got to say right now is we got a clown for a head coach. Fire Matt RHULE. Matt, we about to go off tonight. We about to go off. There's a lot to talk about in this game right now. There's a lot. And just in case y'all missed it, the Carolina Clown Show. Starring this guy right here. Let me keep it a buck for y'all. Okay, let me paint a little picture for you guys. Just so you guys can understand what we're dealing with here. Alright? The Jacksonville Jaguars, who were inducted into the league in the same year we were, actually won today against the Colts in a shutout. They've been in the bottom of the league forever. Alright? Keep that in mind. Jacksonville has been mightily struggling. Then, this is what's really gonna piss y'all off. If you haven't seen this score yet. The Jets actually beat the Cleveland Browns. No, I'm not joking, folks. The Jets actually beat the Cleveland Browns. The same Cleveland Browns team we could not beat last week. Both of these teams have been in the bottom of the league for as long as I can remember. You know, and I started watching football around 04, 05. You know, right when we started going off on that Super Bowl run. You know, I paid attention to the game a little bit before that, but honestly, I was not around for the Jet days, you know, when they won the Super Bowl, and in the Browns days where they were doing well, you know, back before the war. The Browns have not won a opening game for their season in 27 years. Okay, Picture that. That goes back to World War II days. World War II days. All right. And then to put the icing on the cake, the proverbial icing on the cake, in the insult on top of the injuries and the salt in the wound, Detroit beats a team. Detroit finally wins a game before us to end their losing streak. Before us. 9-game losing streak. And yet this clown is still our head coach. How? Please tell me how. I was really hoping that Tepper would somehow be hiding behind the podium somewhere and jump up and say, "You're fired." You know, Trump style. to to Matt Rule today. But it didn't happen during that presser. I was really hoping that would happen. Because that would have absolutely redeemed everybody that has been pissed off at this dude since the beginning. Shout out to Claxton. Shout out to Rashawn on Facebook. Shout out to Lock Poppy. I'm gonna get to your comments in a minute, Lock Poppy. But not only did we lose to the Giants last year, we lose to these clowns again. Again. Both in our stadium and theirs. No, 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 no. No. Somebody needs to get fired today. Somebody needs to get fired today, and we all know who it is. It's the man on that screen right there. This is unacceptable. I watched that press conference, by the way. Y'all think I didn't? I was paying attention to everything today, man. I was watching other people's podcasts. I was gathering info, man. I seen everything. And this man tried to blame Cam Newton, Teddy Bridgewater, and Sam Darnold. Let me say that again. He tried to blame Cam Newton, Teddy Bridgewater, and Sam Darnold. Are you serious? Like, he's gonna say, "Oh well, I take responsibility for this loss." Well, no kidding, Sherlock. Who else is supposed to take this blame? You're sitting here with 9 wins. These guys are undisciplined. Your defensive coach doesn't know what to do with one of the best safeties in the league right now, Jeremy Chin. Brian Burns wants out of Carolina because of how you guys are mismanaging him. We can't get the right players in here. You're darn right you're going to take responsibility for this loss. No. Don't even try to pin it on Baker this time. Don't even try. No, we're done with this. We're done with the excuses. But no. Stop. Stop right there. Stop right there. We ain't doing that today. When you lose to the Giants twice in 2 consecutive years, your head needs to roll. Okay? It's time. It's beyond time. I would have fired this dude since last year after that Cam Newton experiment failed. That's when I would have done it. But no, we got to go through another season of this and watch the Matt Rule clown show. Eh, What we gonna have? Are we gonna have some circus tricks too? What's gonna happen here? We on to the next episode. you know, come on, man. What what kind of brainless nonsense is this, man? Bruh, I'm gonna tell you this right now. Mr. Tepper, if you're watching right now, man, please, please fire this man for the love of everything green on this earth. Please. You done lost the fan base. You're about to lose the players too. They're getting fed up too. They're gonna want out of here. We're about to become the New York Jets. Is essentially what we're about to do. You know, I'm getting so frustrated and fed up with this garbage. I've had it up to here. I don't know about y'all, but I've had it up to here. Anybody that is still riding that Matt Rule clown show train right now, this ain't it. This ain't it. This is not what Carolina needs. Plain and simple. Phill Snow needs to go too. With his dinosaur defense. That does not work. Mr. Tepper, with all due respect, man, you need to man up and do what you need to do to save this franchise. You say you don't like complacency. Well, do something about it. Because this is complacency written in stone. There are fans out here that feel like this season is already over. And we're 0-2. We still got 16 weeks to go. Strap in because it's not going to get any easier on this ride. Man, it feels like we're riding like those wooden roller coasters down in Scarowinds, man. You know, with rusty nails in them. You don't know when that thing's gonna break off. That's the ride we're on right now as fans. Matt Rule needs to go to Nebraska. He needs to straight up go to Nebraska. We're done with the excuses. We're done with the lies. We're done with the garbage in Carolina. Take the trash out, Mr. Tepper. Take the trash out. And there's more than enough of it to go around right now. We are sick and tired and fed up with this. Okay? I don't know how much clearer I gotta be about this, man. Do we have to walk around Charlotte and just scream it from all areas of Charlotte for this dude to listen to us? Because apparently he ain't listening on Twitter. I can tell you that much. He don't give a crap about us on Twitter. He done ignored us on Twitter. And I'm sorry if the word crap offends people, man. But still, you see my point, man. This dude is totally ignoring us on Twitter. How else are we going to get this message across other than through our wallets? Sell your PSL seats until this man does what he needs to do to save this franchise. Do not buy tickets to these games. Do not buy merch. Do not buy food. Tepper. It is time for a boycott. I was putting it off and putting it off and putting it off as long as I could. But I am calling for it right now. because we're at the end of week 2 and Matt Rhule is still here. Okay, he did not take any time today to fire this man. This is unacceptable. He can take Phill Snow and his dinosaur defense with him. Go on back to Nebraska, man. We don't need this garbage here, man. I will vouch for Steve Wilkes. I will vouch for Scott Fitterer. But the rest of them, I will not lose sleep over if any of them were fired today. Not a single one of them. And I'm reaching down trying to find an excuse for why I should support. Nah. There ain't nothing in this bag. There ain't no more excuses for this man. We're done. It's been dried up. It's been dried up since last year. Still looking. No. No excuses to be found. Sorry. No support for you either, Matt Rhule. Nope. I'm done. Dude, I was done supporting this man since last year. Since last year. When that Cam Newton experiment failed, that's when I gave up. I was like, no, I'm done. I jumped off that ship long before any of the rest of y'all did. You know. Alright, so let's get to some of these comments real quick, man. Law the thumbnail? Yeah. Mr. Clown Matt Rhule. Mr. Clown Matt Rhule over here, man. I think that's fitting. We're gonna be looking at that all day today. You know what? Let's put Clown Matt Rhule over here in the corner. Let's do that. We're gonna be looking at him all stream. We gotta look at that foolishness for the next week. Matt Rhule needs to be gone tomorrow. Everybody's pissed. They're fed up. And frankly, Twitter was on fire. Twitter was straight up on fire. Even Trey Boston had something to say. Even Trey Boston had something to say, y'all. And when Trey has to speak up, and he's not even on this team anymore, that's bad. That's just pathetic. I don't know what to tell y'all, man. You're disappointed. You're disappointed in our ball handling as well. Agreed. These fumbles need to stop. And that would not happen if we were disciplined. Okay? That's coaching. All of this stems back to coaching. While Matt Rhule had our team in training camp learning how to fall on fumbles, what we should have done is learn how to keep the ball safe. Amen, Lock Poppy. Preach that truth in this chat right here. Preach that truth. Keep on going. Let it out, man. Let it out. Because you're speaking some facts right now. This man is pissed. I can't believe we lost to the Giants again. Facts, bro. We're officially worse than the Jets. And let me tell you, they actually got themselves a good coach, Robert, and actually beat the Browns. So let me get this straight. The Jets have actually made more progress than us in 3 years. The freaking Jets have made more progress than us. And they have been the joke of the league for a decade. over a decade. Yo, it's not complicated, man. It's not complicated. When Detroit wins a game before we do, that's a day I never thought I would want to see. I'm severely disappointed. I really hope David Tepper is somewhere shaking his head right now. He can fix this. He can fix this right now. Paying Matt Rhule. All he's got to do is eat that money, man. He'll make it back. I promise you. You put in a good coach, admit your mistake, put in a good head coach, let that coach hire a good staff. That money will come back. I promise you it will. Claxton says we should have picked up Watson and sent Matt Rhule to Nebraska. We'd have passed up like 8 quarterbacks in the draft since Tepper. Then we pick up trash quarterbacks from the loser teams. I mean, really, what more signs do you need to understand that this is not it? This Matt Rhule clown show has got to go. Send the circus to a different city, man. The Barnum Bailey circus needs to go. The entire circus. We're done with this, bro. We got giraffes, we got elephants, and oh my. You know? what are we still doing with this nonsense, man? Why is this still in town? Why are these people pitching a tent in Carolina? You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. Ah. I'll show you a number that's scarier than anything on Halloween. I'll show you what's scarier. And I sent some of you this stat. 1 for 24 when allowing 17 plus points. 9-0 when allowing 16 or fewer, which we have not done in a long, long time. Let me read that again. 1 for 24 when allowing 17 plus points. That right there is scarier than anything in Halloween could ever come out with. That's scarier than any mask or any costume. And we ain't even hit October yet. It's too early for Halloween. Y'all know what I mean? Like, come on, man. This is very scary. Take the cat to the basement now. Yep. We in it for the long haul, y'all. Yep. It's true, man. It's true. It's true. Trey Boston even tweeted this, man. He couldn't believe it either. He's not even on this team and he couldn't believe it. Why are we entertaining this garbage, man, as Panthers fans? Why? Why are we still spending money on tickets and betting on these games? And putting our faith in this team right now? Knowing full well we this organization just takes that hope and says, nope, take it back. Have it. You know, we don't want to win. Why would we want to win? But in front of the media, in all the cameras. Oh, we want to win. We want to do everything possible. It's all yap, 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 yap. That's exactly what it is. That's all it is. It's just yap, yap, yap. You want to get down to the truth of the matter? Cody exposed it, man. Cody exposed the real truth of what's going on in this management. He did, man. What's up, Clax? How you doing, man? Shout out to you. Yeah, you can remind me of something, bro. What's good? What's on your mind? Oh, I gotta hear this, man. This man rarely ever comes into my chat, and he's got some great opinions, man. I want to hear this one. Yeah, good point. Good point. He says Matt Rule came in and broke up our 2015 team, the one we went to the Super Bowl with. And the Bills got some of those players, man. Let us not forget that. Yeah. And Gano is one of them that ended up in New York and came back to bite us. Didn't I tell y'all we shouldn't have cut this man? I told y'all. I hate to play this card, but I told you so. How many former Panther players have come back to bite us because of Matt Rule cutting them? How many? I've lost count, y'all. How about you? This nonsense has got to stop. Okay, people want to talk about, why can't you don't want to fire a coach 2 weeks in? This man should have been fired last year. What you talking about 2 weeks in? Dude, I'm done. I'm done with these people, man. Y'all always want to make up an excuse for this clown show, man. Are you entertained yet? I just got that one question for y'all. Are you entertained? Is this fun for y'all? All you haters, all you trolls that don't like the Panthers, man. Is this entertaining for you? Are you having fun? Because us Panther fans aren't. We're pissed, dude. Bruh. I don't know who's trying to call me. I'm streaming, though. I ain't got no time for that nonsense. But yeah, man, this Panthers team is fed up, bro. We're fed up. How many more months of this do we have to put up with? David Tepper. Oh well, he's locked into a 7-year contract. You would have to buy him out. Well, do it. Put your man pants on and do it. Quit walking out here and yap, yap, yapping like everybody else and do something about it if you don't like the complacency here. Do it. Fire the man. I swear, if we gotta lead a gigantic protest outside of the gates of Boa, we will do it. If that's what it takes to get this man's attention. Because he sure don't want to look on Twitter. He don't want to hear us. He sees what we're saying, and he's ignoring us deliberately. So you know what? Boycott. It is boycott time. Ladies and gentlemen. If you got to sell your tickets, sell them to a former sell them to Panthers fans that actually want to go to this clown show, that want to see this circus. They want to see the elephants. They want to see the big red nose of RHULE standing on the sideline. If you go sell your tickets, sell them to Panthers fans that want to go. But honestly, if you go into one of these games, don't go. My recommendation right now, don't go. Do not feed into this system. Okay? The only reason I am going to that Atlanta Falcons game is to support Scott Fitterer and these new helmets. That's it. I'm not here for the game, man. I already know we're going to lose to at least 3/4 of these teams on this roster right now, on this schedule. I already know this. If we lose both of these games to the Falcons, you think I was pissed off when we lost to New England in the preseason? Just wait till Big Cat gets on this one. He's going to light some people up on his stream when we lose to the Falcons 2 times this year. Watch that happen. You thought I was mad. Nah. Nah, dog. I'm mad at New England for different reasons. I'm mad at New England because they intentionally try to hurt our players in preseason when it doesn't matter. That pisses me off. You know, we need these players. But when it matters, and I'm telling you, there's a few of these YouTubers that really hate the Falcons right now. And Big Cat's the main one. When we lose both of those games, if we do, you want to talk about a Barnum and Bailey circus on a webcam show? Oh man. I don't even want to be a part of that mayhem when that happens. No thank you. I'll watch his monologue and then I'm done. Because after that, it's going to turn into an absolute zoo of just craziness. And no thank you. But hello Panthers fans, my Raiders are 0-2. Oh man, I'm so sorry, bro. I feel for you. But, you know, consider you're in a tough division with KC, the Chargers, you know, and the former Super Bowl winning Denver Broncos. So, our division sucks, and we can't even win it. So, realistically, the only fans that really have any sway on trying to get me to say, "Oh, well, I feel sorry for you right now," are the Jets fans. And right now, we can't even have that. We can't even entertain that at this point. Because the Jets are better than us. Think about that. Just try to wrap your head around that. 20 years of terrible Jets teams, and now they're better than us. This is just sad. I don't, I don't, I don't have words right now. I don't have words to describe how this game made me feel. This offense kept settling instead of putting 7 on the board for field goals. It's like once we got into field goal range, it's like, nah, stop. We're gonna try to run some bubble screens. We're gonna try some nonsense that has nothing to do with what actually made us successful in the first place. We're gonna deviate away from everything that worked and say, nah, screw that. Why should we go back to that? Why should we? Why should we commit a presence in the run game? You know, why should we get all these deep dime throws? To DJ, to Robbie. Why would we want to do that when we're on the doorstep of the end zone? Why? Why? Why would we actually want to continue doing the things right that we were doing right? I mean, that just makes too much sense, doesn't it? Matt Rule says that makes way too much sense. Nah. Let's do the opposite. Let's do these. Let's do these things that make no sense at all, just to piss off the fans more. Nah, I see all this hate on Twitter, man. They're not angry enough yet. They're not pissed enough yet. We got to commit some foolishness on this field. Man, this coaching staff, bro. This coaching staff. And this is another thing that still I'm going to keep sounding like a broken record because I've said this about 15 times now on about 5 different streams. Why do we have a Pro Bowl, Super Bowl winning center sitting on our bench when we have Mr. Fumbles a lot, Pat Eflin, who can't block a toaster? This man couldn't even block a water balloon. And I mean, my man from Clemson, Dexter Lawrence, had a field day with this man all day long. And we're going to sit here and act like that didn't happen? No. Our offensive line played okay, I think. No, really? Really? That's your response to that, Matt? Because I'm trying to tell you right now, that ain't going to slide. That is not going to slide. Our ceiling just went from 9 games. That's gone. That's out in the countryside. We ain't seeing that no more. That just went across some country acres. That's gone. We're starting at 0-2 now. So our ceiling, which was 6 to 9 games, now just slid down to 4. You want to keep going, Matt? Let's keep going. Let's go 1-17. 1-16. Well, it was 1-15 when we picked up Cam Newton. Still, same point. You want another season like that? Is that what you want, Matt Rule? With all this talent on this team being wasted the way it is. This is absolutely despicable. How do you justify this as an owner, letting this man stay on this sideline? How? Please tell me how. After 9 straight losses and letting the Jets beat us, be better than us, and letting the Lions get a win before us. The Lions! Yes, folks, the Lions! Got a win before we did. Sickening. Boy, I swear I never thought I'd see this day. Y'all got my blood pressure through the roof, man. Think about this. When Ron Rivera was our head coach, we never saw a 9-game losing streak. Never. This man actually cared about this franchise during that time period, which makes Matt Rhule even worse than Ron Rivera during his last 2 years in Carolina. It's worse. Much worse. I'm infuriated. I don't understand. Please, somebody make this make sense. Somebody make this make sense, bro. I have literally been this pissed off all day trying to figure this stuff out, man. I didn't want to bring this energy into this stream, but you know what? Screw it. At this point, everybody's bringing this type of energy up in here now. I hate that because I want this stream to be a positive and happy and enjoyable place where people can learn about this team and learn how to fix our suggestions and debate stuff properly, you know, to where we can actually offer solutions to fixing this team. But everybody knows where the root of the problem is, and Tepper refuses to admit it. And even doubles down and ignores Twitter. Ignores us directly. We have no choice but to boycott. It's that simple. We have no choice but to hit them in the wallets. I didn't want to have to suggest this. And I mean, there was one other YouTuber party that did. But I didn't want to feed into it, man. I didn't want to have to. Because I figured that Tepper, being the man he is, yes, he is a hedge fund manager, but he's still human. He can admit that he made mistakes. I was so hoping, beyond hope, that this man would actually admit he made a mistake and fire this man. But of course not. No. I'm hoping for too much with this team. And you know what? Every time we try to hope for a win, for a successful season, for anything in Carolina anymore, they just stab us in the back of the heart with it. Every single time. We get backstabbed by it. By our own hope. By our own desires to see this. Apparently, that's too much to ask for. I don't know what to do here, guys. I mean, we can offer all the advice we want to offer here on this channel. It's their choice whether they want to accept it and do something with that advice or not. And change things. But if they don't want to change things, that's up to them. You can't make a horse drink water. You can lead it to the water, but you can't make him drink it. And that's exactly how I feel with David Tepper right now. With all due respect, sir. We can lead you to the water. We can show you all these tweets. We can show you all these protesters. We can start chants in public places like the Hornets game and legitimately, you know, and do it the right way. Get the attention of you as an owner, and it still won't do any good because you don't care. You don't seem to care about us. You made that blatantly apparent when you ignored all the Twitter users. And here's the problem with this boycott, man. Because it hurts the players, it hurts the staff, it hurts Scott Fitter's ability to do his job. That's money that needs to come in, that needs to go to these players, that needs to put food on the table and pay the bills for these players. The players are pissed, man. They don't like it. Rightfully so. We had no choice. It's time for a boycott. We have passed 8 hours now since that game. The 8-hour mark, and this man is still our head coach. It's time. If I don't see an announcement on Monday morning saying Matt RHULE is gone and he's been fired, this boycott is in play. It's time to begin. We can't do this anymore, folks. We can't allow this horrendous management to manipulate us as fans and to keep buying this merchandise and keep supporting this crazy circus of a franchise that's never going to go anywhere until the owner decides he wants to do something about it. It's only going to get worse. The longer you leave this man in, the more it's going to get worse. It's an infection inside of this franchise, man. And the source of that infection is Matt RHULE and Phill Snow. And everybody knows it. They've identified it. It is clear as day. Now, what are you going to do about it? Oh, well, Makey, man. I'm going to light Baker up a little bit, too, today. Nobody's getting off the hook today. Nobody. We lose to the Giants, nobody's getting off the hook. Nah. No. See, this dude doesn't know how things work around here, does he? If you've been here long enough, you know how things work on this channel. I give tough love where it's due. But I also give credit where it's due. So with that being said, let's begin. Let's begin to break this garbage game down. And I'm telling you, you're not going to like what you find. Because I was looking over that box score earlier, and I was just, Raiders are better than the Panthers right now with our clown head coach. Yep. Well, I mean, the Raiders have been better than us for like the past 5 or 6 years. That's not new. The Raiders have been competing in that Western Division. They've got a lot of weaponry and defensive players over there with the Raiders, and they've got a good staff, man. You know, they've got a competitive staff that can compete for a division over there with the Chiefs. And I mean, the Chiefs are loaded too. Chargers are getting there little by little, man. And it's a very competitive 3-way street there between those 3 teams right at the moment. They're way better than us. As far as I'm concerned, that's the power in the AFC. You know, besides the Bills. Those are your power teams in the AFC. You know, never mind the other 2 divisions. That Western Division and the Bills are so stacked. I mean, there's no question who's going to be in the AFC Championship. It's going to be one of those teams versus the Bills. No doubt. Now, you might have a wild card team that sneaks up there and gets a few upset wins, you know. Like the Bengals did last year. Nobody was expecting that. They snuck up there. They had a real good team. But the Chiefs are ready this time. They're coming back with a vengeance. And I would not want to be a Raiders fan when that happens during that second meeting. Because they're coming for that trophy, boys. Andy Reid wants another one. As far as I'm concerned, that's like comparing apples to oranges when you compare them to us. We are the complete polar opposite of the AFC West. We're sitting at the bottom of the division right now. Did they get a win before us? I gotta check. I gotta check real quick, guys. Let's check and see if Atlanta did. But, my point being, we're the complete polar opposite of where they should be. And I'm going to show this on screen. Let's see. There we go. No, your eyes do not deceive you. The Jets actually did beat the Cleveland Browns. 31-30. And when the Jets beat the team that you should be winning against, no excuse, man. No excuses. We got no excuses. We got none. And look at this. Dallas actually beat Cincinnati. Look at that, man. Denver over here winning 16-9 over Houston. That's a weak win, but it's a win. The Rams. Yeah, it was the Rams. They actually put up a respectable 27 points against the Rams defense. Nobody's expecting that right there. I'm here for it, man. I'm here for it. Because let me tell you something. If we have zero chance of making those playoffs, based on the fact that we don't have coaching, and we're just on a downhill slide with Matt RHULE, we might as well play for these picks, man. Honestly. It's gotten to that point. I'm afraid to fully go all in on that joyride right now until we lose to the Falcons twice. Then I'll jump on that wagon. But right now, it's too early. This is only the second game. So I thought maybe, if we put up a decent fight today, and actually won this game, and you take a look at that Atlanta score, you're thinking, okay, don't sleep on the Falcons, don't sleep on their offense, at least. I don't know about their defense, but don't sleep on their offense. I don't know about y'all, but I was kind of scoreboard watching that Tampa Bay game, weren't y'all? And I was thinking, if Tampa Bay is only putting up 20 against the Saints defense, nah. Who are we trying to kid ourselves, man? Who are we trying to fool right now? Who are we trying to fool? We got the clown show. We got the clown show, man. Who are we trying to fool? We can't win these games. God. I can't even believe we're even entertaining the idea that we might actually have a shot in this division this year. after that nonsense today. I can't even believe we're even entertaining that idea. You see these scores, man. 27 points against the Rams. You know, that Tampa Bay team, of course, finally getting the win because it's Tom Brady. But I mean, look, the Lions, look at this. 36 points over Washington. Guys, the Lions have more success in one game coming back than we have. I'm going to let that settle on y'all's hearts for a second right now. Just think about that. They have more success in one game than we've had in 3 years. Under the clown show. Lordy mercy. This is ridiculous. I do see that 27-7 score of San Francisco right there. We got to deal with both of these teams this year. Them and the Seahawks. That San Fran game is looking like an L. I hate to say it, but it's looking like an L. After seeing that score right there. Now, granted, Seattle doesn't really have that much, but we don't either. You know what I'm saying? Like, and here's another point I want to make. Why do we keep playing down to our opponents? Why has that always been a Carolina Panthers thing that we have always done since the Super Bowl? Why are we playing down to our opponents? Down to their level. If y'all haven't noticed that, it's legitimately a thing. No, that's not a Carolina Panthers legend. No, that's not a myth. That is real. We have been doing that. And for the record, man, for all the Raiders fans out there, yeah, y'all have some weaponry, man. But your defense needs some work, man. That's why Arizona got those 29 on you. Everybody else is putting the 20 numbers up, around the league. Except us, obviously. And even Tom Brady put up 20. And he's been struggling. It's easy to see what teams are not going to do well this year. Chicago, the Seahawks are not going to do well this year. Saints are not going to make the playoffs. We're not making the playoffs. Neither are the Giants. It's obvious to see at this point. These super teams have already separated themselves from everybody else. They already are. In week 2, I told y'all, look for the patterns. They're there. So let's go ahead and start looking at this doggone box score that we got for this team, man. Let's go ahead and look at it. If we can do that. Alright. Breaking this thing down should be pretty simple. And I mean, frankly, the first thing you notice is let's just look at this first half, okay? First quarter, yet again, goose egg. What are we doing? Offensively, what are we doing? Nothing. We get into the red zone. We get 2 field goals. That's it. We settled. Yeah, we had that big pass to DJ, but that was 1-on-1 versus a corner in the end zone. And that corner was lackadaisical with his coverage. So, I mean, that's an easy one. Come back out of the fourth, field goal. Seriously? Y'all can't manage more than just 3 points in the fourth? I mean, I've been trying to tell y'all. Sorry about that. I've been trying to tell y'all, Gano is going to hurt us if we cut this man. He's going to. And sure enough, he did. Let me reply to this message real quick. All right. So yeah, we're sitting on another garbage season. Let me pull this back up. Okay. There we go. And we're going to go through these stats together. It just basically turned into we let these guys have a 9-0 lead in the first quarter. 9-0. These guys aren't even finding the end zone either. And yet they somehow have a 9-0 lead. Goose egg on 2 different drives from us. It wasn't until we decided, we want to actually play on offense that we got a field goal followed by 2 more field goals. And give Panero credit. You know, Eddie's a solid kicker. He made all his kicks today. You know, shout out to him. If it wasn't for Eddie, we wouldn't even have any points on the board. Point blank, we would not have any points on the board. That's real talk, man. I mean, so we're going to go position by position. We already talked about Eddie, you know, the kicker. So I'm going to go ahead and give that special teams grade right now. We go A through F here. And if you're new here, hit that like button, please. And sub if you haven't already. Would much appreciate it. But, you know, that's up to you. If you don't like the content, then don't. That's up to you. But, you know, you are more than welcome to stay and enjoy the content. But special teams, we're gonna start out with a B there. I felt like we had that fumble by Chuba on the opening kickoff. Was not thrilled with that. You know, it just, to me, if you want that A grade on special teams, we got to have some special returns, man. We got to have, you know, 15, 20-yard returns on these kickoff returns and punt returns, man. Give us some good field position. Don't fumble it. You know, that's how you get the grade. If you don't get that grade, you're settling for that B. And while that's okay, I don't reward players that fumble. I don't do that. We don't do that here. You know, we got to call them out. And it's my sad regret to do so, you know, but we got to do it in order to help these guys understand, this is what you're struggling with. This is what you need to work on. This is how you can work on it, you know. And for that, I'd like to see them go back to the old tired and true, uh, you know, drill that they used to do with these guys in college. They would have these guys hold on to a ball even when they're in the bathroom, wherever you go, whether you're making a sandwich, whatever you're doing, throughout the day, and have people try to punch that ball out. You know, have them try to peanut punch that thing out. Wherever you go. Maybe you're going for a walk with your dog, whatever you're doing. You know, and these guys will try to punch the ball out. Your teammates, your coaches, your assistant coaches, the whole 9 yards will try to punch that ball out. That's what I want to see these guys do, man. And it's a simple thing, and it's not against the rules to do that. You could do it. So that's one way to solve a fumbling problem. Two is to devote 30 minutes each day in practices to doing that, when we should be devoting that 30 minutes to technique, footwork, and making sure that we stay healthy. You know, you look at Dante Jackson today with that injury, and he just comes back out there. That's good conditioning. And that comes from Steve Wilkes. That comes from him coming back from Arizona and realizing, okay, if anybody should know anything about conditioning, it should be him, dealing with that hot Arizona sun out there in those horrid conditions out in Arizona. No offense if you live there, but it's you learn very quickly about conditioning and keeping hydrated during the day, during the hot hours, and you know during the night hours you got this cold air, right? You it gets down to like 30-40 degrees out there, right? So it sucks. So you gotta condition for that stuff. So if any coach on this roster knows anything about conditioning, it's him. So that being said, that's one of the many ways you can start to keep these guys on the field and healthy. Um, Another way we talked about, of course, is the turf, which David Tepper refuses to do anything about. So we kind of have our hands tied there until he decides, oh, I want to actually maintain the amount of money it takes to maintain the grass. So, what do you want to do there? I don't know. So, the main goal here is to keep these guys as healthy as we can throughout the rest of the season to this point. Second goal is to try to salvage as much of this season as we can salvage. Uh, which at this point is not much. You lose to the Browns, you lose to the Giants, two of the weaker teams that have been known weaker teams in the league for the last 10 years. It's not a good look. We look like absolute chum in the water to these swimming sharks in the NFL on this schedule. Especially to ones that have a strong rushing game. We're going to get there. We're going to get there, folks. 'Cause I got a few things to say about that right there. But first, we're going to start with our quarterback, Baker Mayfield. And yes, folks, I do take a variety of notes during these games, so you can count on that every game, and I make sure that I am very detailed with them. The people that have actually been with me at training camp know this, and they've been watching me while I've been doing it. So, that's how I do things around here. So, we got Baker with a B grade today. Now, the reason I say B, and this is not a C or a C plus, grade, is I did see him throw a few darts, man, and one of them was to DJ, in the end zone. I saw a really nice one to Ian Thomas that he caught in traffic. That was on target. Um, there was one to Richie I liked, you know. So Baker is showing that he can do these things, So I am still on board the Baker train right now. However, you have to look at you have to look at Ben McAdoo's offensive playbook and say, are we sure this is what we want to run here in these certain situations? Why are we deviating? Why are we deviating away from the run here? Why are we trying to run some bubble screen that doesn't work? Why are we trying to do all this nonsense and tricky garbage that we know doesn't work? And that's play calling. That all leads back to play call. And for me, the play calling was a C. Reason I say C, we didn't get in the end zone, but one time. That's not what wins you games. Ladies and gentlemen, you're not going to win a game on just field goals. It is so rare. It's like playing the Powerball, man. Trying to win a game with just field goals. It's not going to happen. Some of these college coaches that come up here think that oh, well, we'll just win this by pure luck. If we can't get in the end zone, we'll just settle for field goals. Doesn't work that way in the NFL, man. The NFL's a different beast. It's a totally different animal. You can't come up here with that attitude and expect to be a winning coach. And that's Matt Rhule's thought process. And that's why coaching is getting a C plus. These guys are undisciplined. They're unmotivated. They're fighting against you in the locker room. They're fighting against your coordinators. I mean, what more do you want? To send all these red flags to your owner, and the owner blatantly ignores them. It's incredible to me how this continues to happen over and over and over again. And nobody does anything to stop it. It's insanity. It is the definition of insanity right now within this franchise. When you know you are poisoned, you suck that poison out at the source. When you have a rotten tree root, you dig that thing out. I'm getting worked up again, guys. This game has just pissed me off on a number of levels. And y'all can feel it right now. I know y'all can. And I'm sorry that I'm bringing this toxic feeling energy into this chat right now. And I probably should be trying to be more positive and trying to give examples of where we did well. But I'm also going to call it as it is, too. I did make a goal in 2022 to be more positive. But there's not much to be positive about when you lose to the Giants twice in 2 years. Honestly. There's not much to take from this. But we're going to take whatever we can get out of it. Okay? And hope with all our might that these players stay. And find a new coaching staff before they retire. These players deserve better than this. These fans deserve better than this. And it's just sad, man. It's sad to see all this talent go to waste. So, I see what Baker could become with the right coaching and the right techniques and the right playbook. And with the right protection. I see what Baker could possibly bring to us. But we got to have all those factors before we can truly get the most out of Baker. Do I believe this man could get us to the playoffs under the right circumstances with the right players? Yes. I will answer emphatically yes. Are there going to be some bumps in the road where he throws an interception or struggles? Yeah, sure. Like any other quarterback that's come through here. But, I mean, he's in the top 20 in quarterbacks. I mean, what do you want? This is what you get when you go after a guy like this. And you don't go after an elite quarterback, and manage to land him. Now, granted, excuse me. I'm going to quickly address this Deshaun Watson thing real quick. And then I'm going to leave it alone. Because I did see a comment in this chat about that. And I think it was from Quacks. I think it was. Let me be as plain and clear as I can. Houston wanted too much. When it came, they wanted too much. Take away all the charges, take away all the suspensions, take away all this extra stuff. Imagine if Watson was clean and able to play a full season. Okay? And we had him for the entire season, right? All we had to do was come up with the money to pay him. There ain't no way we're paying that much money to Watson. There ain't no way. The dude was asking for the moon when it came to money. Guaranteed money. And that ain't happening. While the draft picks and everything else lined up perfectly, value-wise, and I will even vouch for that one because I even said, okay, these trade values make sense. I'm on board. I was 100% on board until I saw that money. And I support Scott Fitterer in turning that one down. Think what you will. Hate me if you want. But I'm just stating facts. $250 million is too much money for us to come up with for this man. We are not trading half the farm for Watson. It's not going to happen. And look, that was David Tepper that wanted him that badly. I just want y'all to keep that in mind. David Tepper was the one badly. Not Matt RHULE. Not our offensive coordinator at the time from LSU. Not Phill Snow. But our owner himself wanted Watson that desperately. I want y'all to think about that for a second. And think real hard. When you saw that money, would you have said no? You darn Skippy, I would have. Because I know what our cap situation looks like. Anyone that's not aware of it, you're about to get a crash course. Because anyone that has not heard me say this before is about to see exactly where we're sitting at. Look how much cap space we got right now. $11.7 million in cap space right now. That is right now in 2022. That's without making any more moves today. 2023. Let me show you where we are. $20 million in the red. That's negative money that we have to pay these players. You see the problem here? Do you see the problem, folks? This is why we can't land Watson. It's more than just about what the draft picks were, the values of the draft picks. Oh, he's a star player, so we should go after him. Go further with your level of thinking. Please, take the Panthers' blinders off and go further. There's so many more factors that people are not aware of. And you stick around here, and you're going to learn about them. I guarantee it, because I have so much to show y'all, man. If people are willing to listen and hear me out on it, because and the people that have stuck around, man, thank you so much. And I'm sure y'all have learned a ton just from these streams alone. And I'm very, very thankful and blessed that I've been able to do that for you. And it's free information. So I do this because I truly want people to learn and understand, this is how this team actually operates, and this is how we run. This is how we do things and why we do things. Some of these people don't ever ask the question why we do a certain thing. And it needs to be asked in certain situations. So, all right, so we go into the stats. We got Baker Mayfield sitting at 14 for 29, 145 yards. Excuse me. It is late, but I am soldiering on for you guys. Tip of the cap to y'all for sticking around this late. I know everybody's had so many of these different Panther podcasts that they've been on and expressing all their views and everything, and they want to hear mine, so I appreciate y'all for sticking around this late, man. That's what's up. That's love right there. That's love of this team, and that's love of this podcast right here and what we're doing, and I appreciate it. All right, so yeah, 14 for 29, we got 145 yards and a touchdown. As long as it was 29 yards, that was the pass to DJ. Overall, not too shabby. If he wouldn't hold on to the ball so long, while he was rolling out, maybe you might have had a few more of those, turn into completions. But, the options weren't there. these corners were doing a good job of shutting down these wide receivers. DJ barely got involved. You know, I've heard a couple of podcasters actually talk about DJ today, and the fact that he's getting limited catches. Let me explain something to y'all. Because DJ Moore is slotted as our number one wide receiver, he's going to get all of these targets, but he's only going to get a certain number of those catches because they're going to put their best defender on. Whether that be a corner, whether that be a free safety, help, maybe a linebacker help as well when you're struggling with them. And that's going to limit your star wide receiver, your number one wide receiver, down to numbers like this. Three catches for 6, 43 yards, and a touchdown. Did he still get a touchdown? Yes or no? That's the point right there. Yes, he did. Despite all of that coverage that was on it. That just goes to show you how resilient DJ is. He still managed to find that end zone. Now, granted, maybe we would have liked to see a little bit more out of him, because of the fact that we're dealing with a rookie corner and a rookie safety today, starting out today, because of the Giants' injuries. You want to take advantage of that, right? So my question is, did we? I would say so. In the respect of, we got CMC involved with 4 catches for 26. Robbie with 3 catches for 32, we spread the ball around a little bit, there's nothing wrong with that, but you got to get some production out of your main wide receiver if you're going to be spreading the ball around. So it begs the question, what's going on with DJ this year, man? That has me a little concerned. We watched him in preseason. We watched him during the training camp, and he looked just fine. He looked ready to go. Comes out, ends the number one wide receiver, and against the Giants today. And now we're going, hold up a minute. What's going on, man? You're not putting up the numbers you usually do. And the fantasy owners are not thrilled with this either. Because I've seen a couple of people draft him in fantasy. I actually did in our Keep Pounding Yahoo League. So, and I've been starting him, and I'm not getting the points that I'm expecting to get. And I'm a little disappointed with that. And I watched Robbie throughout preseason, dropping balls and stuff like this, and I'm going, there's no way Robbie's going to have a better fantasy season than DJ does. Wrong. And I mean, this is the time of the NFL season where I get proven wrong a handful of times because what's up is down and what's left is right. I mean, you got the Lions winning a game over the Washington Commanders, for goodness sakes. I mean, when does this ever happen? For real. When does this ever happen? Since when? Since Stafford has left Detroit, have they put up 36 points against anybody? What is even going on in the league today? We got Cleveland losing to the Jets of all people. I mean, come on, man. What's up is down. And this often does happen around week 2, week 3, sometimes into week 4. And then it starts to become patterns. So, um, we should not be listening to the Giants. We should not be listening to the Cleveland Browns. You know what I mean? But, outside of these games, this is the one that got my attention. The Chargers and KC. That's the one that really had my eye because that's going to be a division winning battle right there between these two. Whoever wins this one is not going to win this next matchup when these two face each other. Typically, that's how it works. They typically split. So I'm expecting the Chargers to come back and get a victory on KC the next time they face each other. And that's interesting that they've got that week 2 matchup because that's early, and everybody's healthy. This shows you Cleveland's got the KC's got the better roster. So when you compare that this team to the Giants and what they did, and you try to compare apples to oranges here, it doesn't exactly go as well as you planned it to. We've got 4 players that actually went above 10 in average here. And since Phill Snow loves to focus on the average, in numbers, here's an interesting one for you. How many of these players actually got above 50 yards per reception for the Giants? Only one of them. And it was James. How many of those guys that actually went above 20 yards per their catches today actually had a touchdown? None of them. That belonged to Bellinger. So what you're seeing is a really, really good corner coverage from our guys, which is nothing new. We already knew that these guys were solid corners. So I'm kind of jumping around the list here today because I want to give the proper due to each position. And the corners for me get that B plus, man. Excellent coverage. The problem was tackling when it came to the run game. We kind of coughed up some runs, and they're not able to stop them. But I'm kind of giving these guys a little bit of a break because our D-line is awful, and we're not built for that. So, we're not built correctly. You ever see, like, one of these shiny new cars come out, and then the older folks get a hold of it, and they want to put an old school engine in it, that's old and dusted and obsolete and broken down. That's what Matt RHULE is doing, man. And for some reason, David Tepper just doesn't see it. God, it drives me nuts that he can't see it. There's so many examples of how he's screwing this up. David Screw says, yeah, it's too much money, period. It would hurt our future if we try to go after Watson. Exactly. Exactly, Matt. And I apologize if I didn't get to your comments sooner, guys. I kind of went on some rants here. Um, Notice how everyone blames RHULE and not Baker. RHULE has to go. I already addressed that. Because I am actually throwing Baker some tough love where it is due for where he did struggle. Um, and getting to that point, he did throw a couple of forced passes towards double coverage. And I was not happy about that because these guys were clearly covered up. There's no chance of them getting these balls. And Baker just says, I'm going to throw it here anyway because there's nowhere else to throw it. So he's lucky one of those passes didn't get picked, man. He's really lucky. I'm telling you, man, you're trying your luck. Way too much, Baker. One of these days, one of these games, man, you're gonna be facing up against a free safety that's too smart for you, that turns around and catches this pick and goes the other way with it. I'm telling you, it's gonna happen. It's not a matter of if it's gonna happen, it's a matter of when it's gonna happen. You keep throwing it into double coverage like that. That's not good. And I mean, granted, the offensive line did botch some blocks, that forced him to roll out uh way further out than he wanted to and kind of got out of his comfort zone, trying to extend the play, trying to make something happen, you know. So some of that's on the offensive line, but some of it is also on him. For holding onto the ball too long, not throwing it away, and being smart, man, and knowing when and where to not force those balls. I mean, Sam Darnold never learned that lesson. Teddy Bridgewater never learned that lesson. Even Cam Newton never learned that lesson to a degree in his career. So, yet again, we've got another quarterback that is not learning that lesson. And what does that stem from? If you guess coaching, ding ding, you get a prize. I mean, this is not rocket science, folks. Everything that is going wrong here stems back to Matt Rhule. Everything. He's the root of it. That's why this entire stream is devoted to the clown show. We got the ringleader clown right there on screen for you guys. Red nose and everything. how this man is still on the sideline, I don't know. After today, I don't. God, it makes me sick. It makes me sick to my stomach, bro. Matt Rhule sure did preach when he got here, but he can't teach nothing. A faker. Exactly, man. How you gonna teach something if you don't even understand the NFL level at all? How you gonna command a locker room full of grown men making way more money than you, who have a totally different mentality than you do? You know, how you gonna command that locker room as a head coach? You gotta have balls of steel. You gotta come in there and you gotta be a dog. You got to come in there and you got to be a dog. You got to command these people, man. Otherwise, they're going to command you. And I'm going to tell you, you ain't going to last long if you keep this up. We're in the year 3, and this owner it is still taking this man out to dinner and still has some type of love fest with him. I don't understand it. It's like a brotherly love or something, man. Little bromance going on between Tepper and Matt RHULE. I don't get it. And I mean, Steve Wilkes even pointed out Sean Chandler is a practice squad guy. Duh! Been saying it. Where have you been, Phill Snow? You off in Ausland? Somewhere? Oh, so now you want to backtrack. Now you want to be like, oh well, I want these safeties here. It don't work like that in the NFL, bro. It don't work like that. How many losses will it take to fire Matt RHULE? 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 10? How many? At what point? We are literally the laughing stock of the league right now. We are literally the laughing stock. Worst team in the league. Without a question of a doubt. When the Lions get a win before we do, we are the laughing stock of the league. So sickening. Nah, you know what, man? I'm not even going to hold back tonight. If I got rants to say, I'm going to say them tonight. And people are going to hear them, even if it sounds like a broken record tonight. Y'all going to hear it tonight. Because I'm that fed up. If I got to say these things about 15 times to get them off my chest, I'm going to say them. Because Matt RHULE needs to go. We are the worst team. We might go 0-12. We might go 2-15. Matter of fact, let's look at that schedule right now. Let's look at it right now. Hold up, y'all. Let's see what games we can actually salvage playing the way we just did today. What games can we actually count as wins? New Orleans Saints. If you look at the Saints today, they put up 10 against the Tampa Bay Bucks. Arguable win, but probably a loss. Because we're going to end up playing these guys just like we played the Giants, just like we played Cleveland, and we're going to take the L. Arizona Cardinals. We just saw what they did. If you missed it, they just beat the Raiders 29-23. That's not an easy task. So everybody that thinks, oh, well, Arizona's not going to do anything this year, y'all sleeping on Arizona. They don't even have Steve Wilkes out there, and y'all are sleeping on these guys. All right, so that's a loss. Moving on to San Fran. San Fran, let's see what San Fran did today. 27-7 over Seattle, bullying a weaker Western Division team. Not a surprise. That one will come down to field goals and winning the battles in the trenches and the pass rush. Um, hard to say what's going to happen there. Probably a loss. Rams, definitely a loss. Oh, that's a 21-point blowout for sure. God, I don't even want to watch that game. Y'all lucky you could turn off the TV sets on those. On games like that one. I don't have a choice. I'm a Panthers YouTuber. I gotta look at this stuff. Y'all are lucky, man. I gotta make these streams, these post game streams, man. So I don't get that luxury. Y'all are lucky, man. So yeah, that's definitely a loss. Buccaneers, they're gonna get at least one from us. Probably both. But our best shot at beating Tampa Bay is in our own stadium with crowd support. If we can electrify that crowd and get them into it early and take away Tom Brady's targets like the Saints just did, there's an opportunity. And let me show y'all something, man. Let me tell y'all something. And I've said this on this stream before, but for all the newcomers out here, this is how you deal with quarterbacks like Tom Brady, Matt Ryan, Aaron Rodgers, that have that quick release time. Even Russell Wilson. You take away the targets first. Don't worry about the pass rush. The pass rush will take their time to get to it. If you got an average or an above average pass rush, you've got a shot at getting a hurry on one of these four quarterbacks. Do not let them escape the pocket. Have be focused on that tight end. Period. Point blank in run support. Just in case they try a draw up the middle, with a running back. It really is that simple. The rest of your secondary should be focused 100% on shutting down these passing lanes. So that these quarterbacks don't have anywhere to throw these balls. That means they sit back there in that pocket a little longer. Maybe a second and a half longer. Giving your pass rushers time to get to him. That fraction. And that can make all the difference for pass rushers, like Brian Burns. Hey, that's how you shut these guys down. It's not easy to do. Trust me, I know. Because you watch Matt Ryan's release time, this dude has the ball out of there before you could even get into the backfield as a pass rusher. So, frankly, shutting down these wide receiver options is essential to taking control of one of those games. It's essential. Otherwise, they're going to shred you. Like cheddar cheese, man. And Tom Brady has a history of doing that to everybody. Mainly because he's just Tom Brady, But secondly, he does a lot of research and film study on these defenses, so he understands what he's dealing with. He recognizes the coverages. He knows how to handle them. He knows exactly where these holes are. So, whereas, the quick release of Matt Ryan helps you, but you're only going to be able to go so far with it. You can get a lot of passing yards, but do they turn into touchdowns? And see, that's where I encourage, quarterbacks like Matt Ryan that have that quicker release time to go and look at film study and research and stuff like that and be like, oh, okay, complete your journey. You know what I mean? Complete everything that you have learned. With that quick release, you could possibly be one of the scariest quarterbacks in the NFL. In NFL history. If you could put both together. You could essentially be the next Tom Brady. Tom Brady, you want to be yourself. You know what I mean? Based on your skill sets. So, like, take Cam, for example. It's a different skill set. He had his own talents. He had his rushing ability. He coupled that with doing a lot of research on film study, understanding where the holes in the zones were in his prime. We're talking 2014, 2015, in his prime. He understood where these zones were. He understood where his wide receivers were supposed to go, where his tight ends were going to go, and he got the ball there accurately. Without screwing around, without trying to force it, but just got it there. And that's the difference between Cam Newton of old and what we've been dealing with for the last 7 years. Including the newer Cam Newton, that struggled to find those holes in the zone and force passes. So that's where Cam Newton comes into that conversation. But still, take away Tom Brady's targets, you have an easier shot at shutting him down. I'm not saying it's guaranteed, but you have a much better shot at shutting down his numbers and how much damage he can do. You're not going to stop him completely because he's Tom Brady. And thank God this is going to be his last year in the league. After that ESPN contract he just signed, thank God we don't have to see him in a uniform no more in Tampa. But we're going to see him this season, so we got to deal with him. Now, the Falcons do not have Matt Ryan anymore. Therefore, you're not dealing with that quick release anymore. You're not dealing with that deadly accuracy anymore. This is an opportunity right here. And I guarantee you, with our history in the Mercedes-Benz Dome, we're not going to seize it. If we do seize it, it's going to be on that Week 10 game in our home stadium. That's the one I'm going to. 11-10. And I'm hoping beyond hope we see that Panthers team actually pull out a win there, man. I'm hoping beyond hope. I doubt it's going to happen, but I'm 50-50 on the borderline right there. And when I have to say 50-50 on the borderline when it comes to the Falcons games, that's pretty sad. That's how you know we're in a desperate position right now. And we're not in a position to take control of the division. Absolutely not. So, frankly, it would not have mattered. Even if the Saints had pulled off that win over the Bucs, it would not have mattered to us. We don't have the talent. We don't have the skills. We don't have the coaching to be able to go and seize back control again. And like I said, even if you fire Matt RHULE, even if you fire Phill Snow, it's still going to take a year to develop the people that you want in the new system under the new coach. You know, that being said, if you succeed with it, and you get the correct guys, then and only then I can see us possibly making a division run in 24 at this rate. And we're going at a snail's pace right now. We got the talent on offense. My God, do we have talent pouring out. But we don't know how to use it. That's the problem. We probably have talented offensive linemen that would fit perfectly in another offensive line somewhere else, under a system that fits them, you know. Um, you know, and we've got Christian McCaffrey. We're gonna overuse him until he can't do anything anymore, just like we did with Luke Kuechly. He'll retire early, and he'll just be watching from the sideline as we continue to lose. Is this what you want, Tepper? I'm gonna ask this question one more time, Mr. Tepper. Is this what you want? This is the direction we're heading in, man. If you don't do something now. And I'm trying to tell you, these aren't theories, man. These are facts. This is actually what's going to happen if you don't do something. All right, so running back position, we got a B plus. Wide receiver B. All right, I'm just gonna I'm gonna read each position going on down with their letter grade, and then I'm gonna tell you my perfect utopia of how I want this team retooled. From top to bottom, depth wise too, because it's gonna matter. This is if you build it correctly. Okay. Right now, we got talent. We're looking at a B plus at tight end. They made an impact today. Ian Thomas and Richie made an impact today. So therefore, that grade goes up to a B plus rather than just a B, for not being involved and just blocking. You get a B grade for blocking well. If you did that day. If you missed a block, you get demoted for it. Obviously. Offensive line. Y'all already know that's going to be a C plus from me. Y'all already know this. It's completely obvious. It's a C plus. This offensive line. Look, man. I'm a Clemson fan. Okay? So, if anybody is well versed in what Dexter Lawrence can do, it's me. I've seen this dude in 2 different spring games in Clemson in person. I've seen him fight for a championship with Clemson in a orange and white uniform before he ever got up to the Giants. This is before. So if anybody's well versed in what this dude is fully capable of doing, it's me. I've experienced it firsthand. This dude is terrifying when he gets in his groove. You're gonna tell me that Pat F1 can handle this dude? Nope. Not a chance. Not a chance, bro. Guess again, Matt Rule. Guess again, Clown Rule. Mr. Clown Rule in the building. Honk honk. Guess again, buddy. You ain't been to that level of the NCAA, have you? You've been stuck at Baylor and Temple for the longest, haven't you? You guys haven't played my boys yet. You ain't played my Tigers yet. We're consistently up in the top 5. So that means you never see us on your schedule back in the day. And that was in the early days of Dabo Swinney when this man was still in college doing all this stuff. So you never got a good look at Dexter Lawrence. Not the way we have. You know, so right there. That's what that is. And I mean, once he gets adjusted to what he's supposed to be doing, and this is a nose tackle, mind you, a defensive tackle nose tackle. 6'4", 342 pounds. This is a man right here. This is 342 pounds of muscle coming at you right up the middle. He's been in the league for 4 years. And he's a first-round pick. 17th overall, which means we had a shot at him. Because I guarantee you, 2019, we were probably in that top 15, man. Most likely. So we had a shot at this dude. I just want to read off a couple of numbers here. Just, if you look at your screen here, 2.5 sacks in his rookie year in a pass deflection, a forced fumble, 21 solo tackles out of 38, so he can handle open field tackling. This is nothing new. If you're a Clemson fan, you already knew this going in. All right, so this dude is consistently doing this. Consistently. He had 4 sacks in 2020. 2 passes deflected. So now he's starting to settle in. Look at these numbers, man. I'm telling you, this dude is no joke. 53 total tackles, 54 total tackles. That number is going to settle around the 50s range, early 50s range for this year. With a forced fumble. He already got a forced fumble. So he's pretty much gotten that out of his system for the year. But you're going to see 2 pass deflections unless they start pushing him on that responsibility alone, you know, and away from sacks. Then you'll start to see that pass deflection number go up. But I mean, the amount of tackles is still going to be the same. He stays healthy, and you're looking at 151 tackles for his total career. 5 sacks. 9 sacks so far career-wise. 5 passes defended. 3 forced fumbles. The dude's a terror. And you're going to tell me Pat F1 can handle that, Clown Rule? You're going to tell me that Pat F1, Mr. Fumbles a lot, Mr. I can't handle a snap, is going to handle Dexter Lawrence for 4 whole quarters? Man, please. Well, we got a Super Bowl winning center sitting on our bench. My point is this: roster management. Roster management. That's my point. This is yet another example. And it's going to keep continuing on and on and on throughout the season. Unless you put a stop to it, Mr. Tepper. It's only going to get worse. The amount of times that Dexter Lawrence got through that line today alone should scare you if you're a Panthers fan. All right, so getting back to this schedule, right? We got the Bengals. Bengals aren't as scary as people think they are right now. You look at the Bengals, they barely lost to the Cowboys. Okay. Maybe they didn't come out to play that game. So let's look at week 1. What did they do in week 1? They lost by 3 to Pittsburgh. Okay. So what that tells me is that the Bengals played down to their competition as well. So, here's my question. If we play down to our competition and they play down to their competition, what level of competition are both of these teams playing towards? Each other's? We don't even know who each other are at that point. That's going to be a real interesting one right there. I want to see how that. I realistically want to see how that turns out. I don't think it's going to end well because Cincinnati still got a lot of talent left over from that Super Bowl run, so I would be genuinely concerned into an L if we played the same way we played today. Baltimore, that's definitely an L. You don't want to go into Baltimore in that stadium during playoff time. You don't want to do it. Playoff race time. It's a bad idea to put them there on that schedule where they are right now. Horrible timing for us. We're going to be banged up. We're going to have injuries galore because of the turf. We're going to not know what we're doing. We're going to be settling for field goals. Baltimore's just going to beat us by 14. Come on. Come on, man. This is if we continue along this path, man. And then once I'm done describing to you what's going to happen here, if we continue on this path, I can show you a new path, Mr. Tepper. And all the viewers here. Because I want y'all to understand where we could actually go if we get this right. Alright, so Denver. Denver struggling. I could see a win there. Seattle, I can see a back-to-back win there after a bye week. We get a week to heal up, get everybody back on the field that we can get back. Sure, that's back-to-back wins in 12 and 14. Pittsburgh, we're going to struggle there. We're probably going to lose by a small number, And then there's Detroit. Ladies and gentlemen. The team that finally won a game in what seems like forever and did it before we did. So here's the thing. Detroit actually put up 30-something points Who's to say they won't do that again when they come into our house week 16? But we don't know. This could be a totally different, back reverted to a 180 Detroit team, like we were seeing before. But somehow I don't think so. I'm not going to count my chickens before they hatch. So I'm going to call that a 50-50 game right there. I don't know what's going to happen there until we know what that team looks like. Tampa Bay, that's an L. We're not beating Tom Brady. It's not happening. New Orleans in the dome, not happening. We have a horrible risk record in the dome when we play like we have been, and we grew up that many points. But then New Orleans is a totally different team. They're ramped up. They're trying for the playoffs. They're trying to get that wild card spot. And with a win over us, it is a very real possibility they could get it. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we're screwed. If we continue along this path, we are screwed. I don't see very much of a positive look. And trust me, I was looking for those little glimmers of light, throughout this schedule, and I'm not finding them, folks. I only found 2. Maybe 3. 4 if you want to get lucky. If you really want to get lucky, and that's what the Lions game, because we don't know who that Lions team is going to be once we get down there. So, like I said, could be the old Lions back to the old tricks again, failing and struggling by that point. Who knows? Playing like we are right now, hardest schedule in the league. 100%. Vietnam says, then we have to draft Young or Stroud. Hopefully we'll have enough to build the O-line. Okay, so Young or Stroud. Yeah, those are offensive lineman names. Got it. Look at these draftees when it becomes time to do so. And really do some research. Unfortunately, we will not be able to do film study on the stream because of the fact that I got flagged for it. So, well, I got 2 warnings for it. I didn't get in any trouble yet. So, but still, I don't want to risk it, as far as film studies are concerned. So we'll address that when we get down to that part of our stream scheduling and stuff. Why do I say Phill Snow needs to go? Excellent question, sir. Defense is playing well enough to win us games. Only because we're showing sections of the 4-3. Now remember what we did with the 4-3 when we actually had the personnel to do so. And I mean, okay, subtract 0 takeaways is a cringe. Yes. 0 chill. Good. I want to get to that as well. I want to get to that subject as well. Hold tight on that one. I'm glad you brought that up. Because I was actually in one of the other streams and they mentioned that as well. Just before this one. So, why do I think Phill Snow needs to go? The 3-3-2 defense does not work in the NFL. It's a dinosaur defense. Why do I say it's a dinosaur defense? We don't have any run support at all. We're getting the wrong personnel to even run the 3-3-2 to begin with. Phill Snow does not know where he wants these safeties to go. He's got questions about where Jeremy Chin should even be. You know, you can't have Chin playing 3 different positions. That's not how this works in the NFL. If you want this man to succeed, put him one solid position and have him help out with a second one. Don't ask him to do 3 different positions and expect to see excellent results out of it. That's not how it works. I mean, Phill Snow clearly does not know what he's doing. With all due respect, he does not have a clue what he's doing with his own players. And it shows. And secondly, don't tell me about the average of us being ranked 9th in average last year when we give up 250 yards of rushing defense, of rushing yards, just in the first game alone. Nick Chubb is not that scary. Come on, I refuse to believe that. Nick Chubb's a dangerous man, but he's not that dangerous. Not 140 yards dangerous. There's no way. Not by end. Yes. We have not won a game in 10 months. Correct. Phill doesn't draft the personnel yet, but he does have a say in who this man drafts. Okay, think about this for a second, Bo Channing. Think about this. You're a defensive coordinator. You have a say in who these scouts look at for your system. Okay? The GM is handicapped because the GM, Scott Fitter, has his own ideas of what he thinks could benefit this team and what could help us. So he is struggling to make these moves, in desperation to try to save this team after these guys have handicapped him and only put up a draft board with these scouting people that these coordinators have asked them to scout. That's a handicap on the GM spot. His hands are tied. And the evidence is Carlos Dunlap. Think about this. If Cody's info holds true from the C3 podcast, Carlos Dunlap did not want to come here because Matt RHULE had a competition at each position. And based on the fact that we didn't know where we were going to put him, we didn't know how much we were going to pay him in guaranteed money, and, what we were going to do with him, we didn't even have a plan. That all points back to Coach Snow. All 3 of those things. All 3 of those factors. When you can't even figure out what to do with Jeremy Chin, one of the best safeties in the league, come on, man. If you're asking that question right now, you're either new to the Panthers and haven't been paying attention to what we've been doing, or you got Panthers tunnel vision glasses on. One of the two. And if you're new to what we're doing here with the Panthers, I respect that. Because not everybody knows what's going on here, and they all are looking for answers, to some of these questions. and trying to understand this team better. That's why you're here, right? I respect that, you know? Some of these fans are from other teams and they don't know. They don't understand what's going on here. So that's what I'm trying to do is educate, and show y'all what's really going on, not just all the rumors that are swirling around about us. This is actual facts. This is real information. And I only use factual information from factual sources that are legit. Just complicated because of a lot of the personnel was already there. Excuse me. That Marty brought in. Yes and no. We brought in some of these people from Scott in his first draft. So some of these people are talented, but we just don't know where to put them. And Chin is one of those such players. Brian Burns is as well. We don't know where to put him. Then there's also Derek Brown. We're not sure what to do with him. If you believe the reports, this man slimmed down for absolutely no reason. We have no idea whether we want him as a defensive tackle, whether we want him as a linebacker, what we want to do with him. All we know is we are not stopping those gaps. So imagine if he had that weight and he was stopping the gaps to a certain degree. Okay, great. We got our draft picks worth out of Derek Brown. But oh wait, there's more. Phill Snow doesn't know what he's doing. So there's always that question of, okay, are you going to move him somewhere else to where you think you might work better in a 3-3-2 when we should be running a 4-3 and stopping these run plays when we've got the secondary to do so? Yes, the linebackers look a little bit, but that's besides the point. The starting linebackers are okay. The depth is kind of, it's real shaky. But overall, if you run the 4-3 effectively with the secondary that we have, you should do all right. Regardless of what plays you run in the 4-3. But you got to stick to the 4-3 all 4 quarters. You can't deviate from it and go back to your little college 3-3-2 with the talent that we've got, which does not fit the 3-3-2. It doesn't even fit the 3-4 or the 4-3, really. It's just hybrid players. Some of them are hybrid players. There's a couple of guys on this defense that are this year. So, putting all those factors together, it's mismanagement of who you scouted, who you wanted the GM to draft for you, and, and the GM's hands are tied. He can only do so much. So, realistically, Phill Snow is delusional about the fact that we don't have a run defense problem. There's that too. He'll never admit it on camera. Matt RHULE will never admit that there's bigger problems than just, oh, well, we didn't put points up in the first quarter type deal. They'll never admit this. They're too stubborn, folks. They're too rooted in believing that they're going to keep their jobs. That's why David Tepper's got to shake the tree, man. You got to shake the tree. You got to get rid of these guys. We need new roots. We got to dig this garbage up, man. And I believe that Steve Wilkes is the guy. I think you can run through about 3 or 4 of these guys in the NFL right now, and Wilkes will still be the guy for me. I feel confident in that one. But as somebody pointed out today, outside of the stream, they don't like it when you shake the tree from the inside and start pushing your agenda, So that is a good point. That is a very, very good point. They don't like guys that do that. So he may not get a fair shake here either. That's what I'm a little worried about. John Gruden, no. No. He never had any real success in Tampa except for that one Super Bowl. So, realistically, no. And yeah, Wilkes did not get a fair shake in Arizona. You are correct. If you look at an interim head coach, for the next guy coming in, they set him up with the quarterbacks and all these weapons, and then all of a sudden Wilkes is out when he didn't even do anything wrong. He was helping set this thing up for them, that they've got now. Well, where does that leave Wilkes? He's chopped liver, man. I'm telling you, if we give a proper shot in an interview with Matt RHULE, watch what happens. Because he's already changed the chemistry. He's already changed the discipline of the team. He's already changed the confidence of this secondary. You can just see all 3 of these things in the secondary alone. And that doesn't come from just, we got certain personnel. No, that comes from actual coaching. That comes from actually doing something. McDermott understands this. That's why he's a doorstep away from the Super Bowl. So, when you put all those factors into place, Wilkes is the guy. Imagine him doing that with a full 53-man roster. Now this leads into the vision I have for this team. Y'all bear with me here. This is what I want this team to look like if we fire Matt RHULE and we put Wilkes in. And God knows who we get as defensive coordinator. I don't know yet. But we hunt for one, right? Y'all can come up with some names and some suggestions. I would love to hear them. I'd like to see who you think should be the next defensive coordinator. Or Wilkes could pull a Belichick and run the defense and head coaching job at the same time. I mean, I'm not saying it's not possible. It's just impossibly hard to do it. But, no head coach has been that gutsy to be able to do both successfully. So, we're going to need a defensive coordinator. All right, now imagine Wilkes brings discipline, confidence, encouragement, motivation, and he gets these guys ready to play, man. He's really good with the technicals. He's really good with the footwork, the hands, all this stuff that it requires to come out there and play every Sunday. and do your job properly. So, roster building, he's already proven he can do that in Arizona. So imagine a full 53-man roster that we can be proud of with full depth after 2 to 3 years. We'll be competing. Not just for a division title, but for a playoff spot. A consistent playoff contender after more than 3 years. Now, position-wise, this is what I want it to look like. And bear with me, some of y'all are not going to like a couple of the choices that I make. Regarding this roster, some of you might. And I'm used to that. It's water off a duck's back if you don't. I respect it. I respect everybody's opinions, whether they be different or agree with me. I'm open to hearing them. So, starting out that roster, you would start with Baker. I see the potential in Baker if you give him a proper line, if you give him the proper weapons. You add a spicy CMC in there, in probably the last years of his career, after he's been banged up. He's still going to get you some yards. Chuba Hubbard, I like him. All right. And I would immediately bring back Spencer Brown over Foreman. Why? Let me show you. Look at Foreman's rushing numbers. And you tell me. He barely got 2 rushes for 9 yards. That's it. And granted, the Giants' defensive line is not the best example because they have a terrible rushing defense, as evidenced by our other averages here. 6.8 from CMC, which you're used to seeing. 5.8 from Baker Mayfield himself. Now, when Baker Mayfield gets 5.8, your rushing defense sucks. So, this is not the proper example I wanted to show you guys. I'm going to show you a couple of things here. Look at the Cleveland box score. Look at Foreman's average, 2.5. 2.5. While CMC managed to get 3.3, Chuba Hubbard managed to get 3.0 and get more yards than Foreman ever did. These are realistic numbers that you should expect from Foreman against actual defensive lines. 2 rushes for 5 yards, 2.5 average. His longest is 4. That's a realistic number. That's why I am not in favor of Foreman. I don't care how much success he had in Tennessee. Because let me tell you something. Half of the AFC defenses struggled against the run. And when I say struggle, I mean severely struggled. You look at the Texans, you look at the Jets, you look at there's a number of teams I could use as examples that Tennessee played on a regular basis. The Colts, if you want to go in division there, yeah, the Colts struggled against the run too. So, I mean, of course it's going to make Foreman look good. Just like today, the Giants made Foreman look good because we have the same number of teams that are really struggling against the run in the NFC as well. But I mean, we've watched. Okay, this is the best example I've got. Is against I don't remember if it was the Patriots or the Bills, but we were struggling in preseason just to move the ball rushing wise against one of these D lines, and I think it was New England. And somehow Spencer Brown managed to move this ball on the left side on an ISO, you know, at least 3 or 4 times. Whereas Spencer Brown got stuffed right at the line. You know, even Chuba Hubbard got stuffed at the line. And Chuba rarely ever gets stuffed at the line these days. That tells you something right there. That's a signal right there that you have found your third string running back. Okay, folks? That's the guy. When we're struggling on the offensive line with run protection, run blocking and pass blocking on that left side, that's how you could tell you found your man. And granted, we're doing with a rookie Ike Ekwonu, who clearly got roasted in that fourth quarter. I mean, it wasn't even close. This dude got roasted. So we had Brady Christensen guilty of like a hold. I mean, even Corbett got hit with a hold with a false start. So, I mean, it's just stupid stuff. Pat Eflin, you expected to get beat because he's facing Dexter Lawrence on a pass rush. I mean, Pat Eflin's trash. Let's just call it what it is. Pat Eflin is bench material. I shouldn't say trash. He's bench material. CMC is still underproducing compared to real power backs like Chubb and Hunt. But yet you call Chuba trash. Let me back that argument up with some actual facts. Okay? I support Chuba. And let me show you why. Because Chuba, last year, and I've done this on stream before, but I'll do it for you. I'll gladly do it for you. Anybody that's new, that has not seen this before, gladly. Happy to do it. Chuba, last season, I guess we should go to... Do we have last season's numbers up? We have regular season this year. I want last year's. I want y'all to see something. All right. 17 games played. Chuba Hubbard in 2021 got 172 attempts. Now, granted, that's not as many snaps as he should have gotten, because we were trying to spread the ball on the passing game. But 612 yards, 3.6 average, 5 rushing touchdowns, and his longest run is 26 yards. This dude can break tackles. He only fumbled once. And granted, yes, he does have a fumbling problem. And he did have a catching problem at one point too. But we solved that too. All right. Now that issue is back. And that is up to the coaching staff to fix that problem once again. Whatever was working when he came into the league after game 2, it fixed. So we want to go back to whatever that coaching style was that actually worked. Good running backs average 4.5. No, those are Pro Bowl running backs that are averaging 4.5. Let me correct that. That's Pro Bowlers. Your good running backs are averaging 3.5. Your great ones are averaging 4. But Pro Bowlers are averaging 4.5. So, and this is evidenced by the stats. Okay, the stats don't lie, my man. The stats do not lie. Now, granted, the production of these running backs has gone down slightly since those values were set, but they are still very much a thing.
Discover is accepted at 99%.
This is pretty doggone good for a backup running back, you know, with as many touches as he has going through the season last year. You're averaging like inside of some of the better running backs in the league. When you add on the proper amount of carries throughout an entire season and the proper amount of yardage that he would have gotten with an average of probably 3.8. Sounds about right. You know, he would stick to that. But keep in mind, according to Ben McAdoo, this is a passing type of offense. This is a pass-predominant offense. So therefore, he's not going to get that many carries. Maybe we had a different offense when Darnold was at quarterback. Absolutely. For 2 reasons. 1, Sam Darnold cannot hit deep passes. That's number 1 issue with Sam Darnold. 2, he tried to force these balls in where they weren't supposed to go. Number 3, he had tunnel vision. So you factor all those things in with a poor playbook, an extremely poor playbook, I might add, from our predecessor offensive coordinator, who I will not name, that actually made me lose brain cells whenever I watch his press conferences. Y'all know his name from LSU. No. Don't even say that name in this chat right now because it will trigger me to no end. And I'm already triggered enough from this loss, so don't even go there. That's what that offense was based on. We had no offense. We had no plan because that guy had no idea what he was doing. Exactly. Locke. Exactly. That's the guy's name. Joe Brady. He had no plan. He had no idea what he was doing. And as a result, the entire offense struggled. When we didn't have CMC, we didn't have the leadership, we didn't have anything. You know, any way of figuring out what we were going to do with it. So, without that leadership and with a terrible playbook, bye-bye. There goes our offense. So, with that in mind, you consider that, and you consider how many touches CMC normally gets and what he can do with them. That's a pretty doggone good backup running back numbers from Chuba. Now let's look at receiving. You got 25 receptions, 37 targets. Yes, he did drop some originally. That was a major issue. Some of them were wide open screens. And yes, I did express my frustrations with that. 174 yards and a touchdown. 7.0 average. Now, again, yards after the catch. As many of you know that have been around here, you already know how big I value that stat. And it's not one that is commonly found on most stat sheets. Because they just credit the yards to the wide receiver, you know. And simply put, I think it should be a stat in and of itself. You know, reason being is these guys can break tackles, they can make swim moves, they can do all kinds of stuff extra once they catch this ball. And I think it's awesome, you know, and you get to see like how different these wide receivers really are in athleticism and ability and speed and you know just overall strength when you add that stat in. So I think it matters a lot. It's one of those hidden stats that people don't really think about. Ben, the jury is still out on Ben McAdoo, man. I mean, I see some potential on some of these plays, and then we revert back to these bubble screens. Bubble screens. And garbage that is easily predictable once we get into field goal range. That's the problem I've got with Ben McAdoo. And I wonder if Giants fans are feeling the same way about that before we got him. Any Giants fans can confirm that? That was he doing this before he came down here to Carolina? You know, do we have any in chat that can confirm that? Because if we do, that would explain a lot, you know, and we got the wrong guy. Because that establishes a pattern, is exactly what that does. And we've seen 2 games now where he's been doing that. And I don't like it. You know, we struggle to get into the end zone. We struggle to keep these drives alive. You know, you've seen it in the first half of that Cleveland game, and now you're seeing it through a good chunk of this Giants game, where he's establishing it. And it's not good. I think we got the wrong guy, guys. I think we fire him too. But I'm not 100% ready to give up on him yet. But still, like, I don't know. I'm 50-50 on this one right now. I need to see one more game to see if we get a pattern going here. If it is a pattern, then we've got the wrong guy. Point blank. And he can go with Phill Snow and he can go with Matt RHULE. Wherever they end up. But I'm willing to be patient one more game and see what we're doing with there before I make a judgment call on that. So I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. You know what I mean? I'm giving him that one more shot to see what we got. Chanel for no screen to DJ Moore, but we throw them to Anderson. Yeah, the things this coaching staff does makes no sense. Makes no sense at all. We're doing this. They think they're in preseason. You know, you get a simple slant move, you get a simple like screenplay. Oh, everybody can pick up on that. Come on. You run your more complicated plays, you know, that you've been holding back in regular season. You know, and if a simple screenplay happens to move the ball forward a few yards, sure, you run it. You know, you look for weaknesses in the defense and you take what the defense gives you. If that's all they give you, then sure, run the screen. If you see everybody start moving back, trying to cover Robbie Anderson and DJ, because maybe they're having a better day than they normally do, then yeah, they'll start covering these guys more and doubling them up. So you'll have those little screen plays that you can run to kind of soften up that defense up. However, you don't want to do it on a consistent basis through an entire half. Otherwise, it's just like stale and boring. It's basically like running a draw play up the middle every first down, like a certain offensive coordinator from the Fox days that we all remember. Mm-hmm. Anybody here from the Fox days that remembers this garbage? Oh my God, it was painful to watch that. Oh God, I could not watch it. I could not watch our offense. I swear I couldn't. It was so bad. Ugh. And everybody in the league knew we were doing it too. Even Detroit. Even Detroit knew we were doing it. And that's just sad. Okay? That's just sad. And granted, Detroit did not have anything back then. Nothing. Their only claim to fame was Megatron. Maybe. So, we should just stick to the run more 100%. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. We do have a run predominant offensive line, 60-40. I can see that, Zero Chill. I can see it. We do have a healthy CMC, but we don't want to overwork him, you know. So if we do like Cleveland did with Hunt and what's his name? The other running back that they were using. And split the carries 50-50. And that's the problem. We don't. We got Pat Eflin out there. And we're sitting a Super Bowl winning center who is really good at run blocking and balanced. Why? Care to explain that one, Matt RHULE? Mr. Clown RHULE? Hong Kong? Care to explain that one? We just struggle in the run. We struggle in the run. Man, please. We got CMC. How are we struggling in the run? Oh, I don't know. I. Man, stop stuttering, man. You're not a truck. God. Chubb. Mr. Chubb. Yeah. And realistically, that should be a 50-50 carry split between Chubb and Kareem Hunt in Cleveland. So, which you should expect together because they're both very, very talented running backs. What you should not see is over 200 yards, which is what we gave up, and 140 of those to Chubb by himself. That shows you how trash our run defense is. Which leads back to getting the correct men on the defensive line, which leads back to Derek Brown losing weight on purpose for no reason. Because Phill Snow does not know what he's doing with him, therefore coaching. See how all of this comes together, folks? See how it all connects? These are all facts, ladies and gentlemen. These are facts based off of stats. And you can't argue with stats. I mean, people can live in their own little fantasy world all they want to and say, "Oh, Foreman's better than Spencer Brown," but it's really not true. I'm so sick of these stupid little commercial videos. Stop, bro. There we go. It's distracting me. Okay. I don't think the Anderson dude that we signed was a good sign. I think miss a key few tackles. Okay, so you're talking about Henry Anderson. Okay. Yes, he did miss some rushing tackles. Since we want to go that direction, with the conversation. And that's what he was brought in to do, was to stop the run. You know, not necessarily be a pass rusher, but to stop the run. And this is another one of these guys. And I'm glad you brought this up. Let's see. Where is he? Where is he? There we go. There he is. He's another one of these guys that we brought in. Actually, I want to see the roster real quick. Let me find him real quick. But yeah, he originally was brought in to stop the run. So if he doesn't stop the run and he doesn't make these tackles, what's the point? Why even sign this dude, right? I'm looking for darn if I can't find him right now. Oh, he was at the top of the list. I'm stupid. Okay, there we go. But yeah, you're looking at a defensive end who's 6'6", 300 pounds from Stanford. And we know that he's been with New England, the Jets, and the Colts. Oh, wait a minute. There's that Jets connection. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. This is a Matt RHULE guy. Anytime you see Jets on any part of any of these players' histories, you can be sure this is a Matt RHULE pickup. Or a Matt RHULE choice up there. What's up, Clown RHULE? How you doing? How you doing? How you living with that clown nose? Yes, sir. Honk honk. Fire Matt RHULE. Fire the clown. He doesn't do well with parties with kids either, by the way. Notice now, New England didn't want him for another year either. Good point, Locke. Good point. See, this dude's catching on, man. I like this guy. He's every time I do these streams, man, he's pointing out all this stuff, man. I like this guy. And Herm Edward is parting ways with Arizona State, according to Zero Chill here, man. And I'm glad you pointed that one out too. What else did you point out that I wanted to address? I think it was something else. I forget what now. Yeah, CMC is carrying the team. Should stick to the run. I'm trying to remember what. Yeah, the 0 takeaways. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Okay. 0 takeaways through 2 games now. Things that make you go, about this team. When we watched about how many press conferences from Clown Rule saying that he was going to on takeaways and trying to get the ball in the hands of our team and get us back in order again. And even Phill Snow was jumping on that train too. Oh, we need takeaways. We need takeaways. We need takeaways. 0 takeaways in 2 games. These are not teams like Dallas or playoff teams, that we're dealing with here. These are the Browns and the Giants. And we can't get a single takeaway from either one? The heck is going on here? I don't like that. I don't like that. And okay, Bo Chaney says you got to get pressure on the quarterbacks. Quarterbacks have too much time throwing the ball. Correct. We don't really have the proper pass rushers to get that pressure on these. We've got Spider Burns, and I mean, you saw Spider Burns today. If you were watching that game today, shout out to him. Excellent game from Spider Burns. Got to give this man his love. All day, baby, Spider Burns. I love this dude. When he's actually playing well, man, he's a terror. You gonna have trouble with him. You pair him on a rookie, he's gonna win. Whether it be Evan Neal, doesn't matter. He's gonna win. You pair him against a Pro Bowler, it's gonna be 50-50 on whether he has a good day or not. But Gross Matos is not the proper pairing for him. If you want a good pass rushing game. However, let's not take away what Gross Matos does right, which is run stopping. Okay? This is why this man is still on the field in the starting role. So you need a speed rusher, which is Spider Burns, and you need a strength rusher, pass rusher, which is not Gross Matos. Not at all. I saw one good play from Haynes today that made me question maybe Haynes might be that pass rusher, man, that we're looking for on the other side to complement him. I don't know, though, man. I had that gut feeling for just one play, and one play is not enough to tell me, okay, let's put him in. I need more than that. I need a little more evidence than that before I'm willing to commit to that and put eggs in that basket. You know what I mean? So, show me more of Haynes being a pass rusher, and let's see how that works out in a 4-3. Don't show me him in a 3-3-2, Phill Snow. We've seen that already. I want to see him in a 4-3 pass rush situation. For a good quarter and a half. I want to see what this dude can do. I want to really see what this dude is capable of. Pass rushing wise. Then maybe we can get a proper judgment, of whether this is our guy or not. But I have mentioned that we are looking for somebody like that to complement Spider Birds. And that's what got me thinking about that, man. I'm telling you. I really liked that sack that he got. And I was like, hold up a minute. I think he got a quarterback pressure and it forced a bad pass, but I don't think he got a sack out of it. But I don't know, maybe. Let's check the stats. They may not have they may have just credited him with a pass rusher. But a pass pressure here. I'm looking for it. Q traditionally means quarterback hits. So, yeah, that was a quarterback hit, but it was not a sack. So somebody else was back there with him when he got that. And got credit for the either the tackle for a loss or the sack. Excuse my yawns. It's late. I'm not used to doing it this late, but the last few days I've been kind of trying to schedule this stuff around stuff. But yeah, you got Burns with 2 sacks. And knowing how many times Frankie Louvu's been back there, it could have been him. Because I do believe he had help on that play. So, I don't know. I'd have to watch that play again on tape, but I think he did have help. Speaking of Frankie Louvu, yes, he did have an excellent game. This dude is the most. Maybe argue Dante Jackson goes on that category too. With the coverages and the pass deflections. But for now, we'll just go with Chin because Chin has been doing an excellent job up until today, and I have a reason why the safeties were struggling today. We'll talk about that in a second. You asked about Barno. Barno is, from what I can tell, predominantly a run stopper? Question mark? Because I've still got a couple of questions about him. I need to see him in full action, again, to be able to get a good glimpse at him and figure out what we're doing with there. But I do like Barno. He's good at tackling. He's good at stopping the yards after the carry, yards per carry. He's good at limiting those. So like I said, it's more of a run stopper for now. Could he be an excellent coverage man? Possibly. If you don't have him pass rushing. Possibly. And I'm speaking specifically about like screenplays, bubble screens, stuff like that, where he would come off of his defensive end responsibilities and go over there and handle some of this stuff, on screens. Yeah, I do see a potential future with Barno. Mm-hmm. McCall, yes. What a hit by your guy McCall today. Yes, sir. What a tackle for a loss from this dude today. I felt that hit all the way from South Carolina, man. For real, though. That was vicious. I need to see more of that. That's that angry type of run tackling, man. We need more of that from the defensive line. And if it has to come from and start with McCall, so be it. To get the rest of these guys going. And Frankie Lulu can start it as well. Shaq got involved as well on run stops, so credit to him. Yeah, we would definitely like to see more of McCall, for sure. And it's about time, man. We finally saw Derek Brown get involved. These defensive tackles finally got involved. That's what we need. All right, so the focus today was we shifted back to a 4-3, and we had the safeties come up to try to stop the run for the most part, because we weren't as concerned about the wide receivers. You got Sterling Shepard, who's really worried about him for the most part. We could afford to do that today. But what about tomorrow, as we prepare for the Saints? We won't have that luxury anymore. We got to go back to the 3-3-2 and that coverage, with the secondary. Yes, we're able to shut down the passing game. How about the run game, though? See, there's where Phill Snow can't seem to balance these guys because he asked for the wrong people when he came in here. He asked for the wrong players, the wrong types of players, under the wrong system. He screwed up, folks. And now these guys are paying for it with mega yards given up on draw plays, ISOs, and now outside sweeps. People want to play, but too much politics and keeping a lot of good players on the bench and never having them see the time of day. Yeah, that's true. It's not necessarily politics, but you could call it that. It's mostly just Matt RHULE mismanaging the roster, is essentially what it is. Let's call it what it is. He doesn't know what he's doing with all of this talent. And as I've said before, the NFL is a different beast. You got to tame it a different way than you tame these college teams. These college teams, none of these guys were getting paid. You could switch them up however you wanted. You could play around with them. You got flexibility down there. And maybe the 3-3-2 works down there for you at Temple or Baylor. Good for you. Did it get Temple or Baylor really noticed down there? Not really. But, it did get them some bowl games. Sure. When you guys won 10 games, with Temple and 10 games with Baylor, sure, it got you noticed. But you bring that to the NFL, it's never going to work. Never going to work. Because if you focus on the pass, they'll just kill you with the run. If you focus predominantly on the run, they'll kill you with the pass. If you don't have the proper personnel, you are screwed. in the NFL. Point blank, you are screwed, one way or the other. And it's the same thing with the 3-4. If you don't have the proper personnel, they will find ways to burn you. It is the NFL. These are star players. These guys have been around for a long time. They've had nothing but time to study your defense week by week, off season by off season. These guys have had nothing but time to train and study. You know, eat, sleep, do whatever they need to do. You know, the basic stuff they do. You know, outside of spending time with family. But these guys have been in the league for a number of years. They're very, very talented at doing it. And you want to bring this 3-3-2 up here to the NFL and expect this to work? Nah. The veteran quarterbacks like Brady are going to pick this thing apart like it's Swiss cheese. No matter how good your secondary is. Because, oh wait, here comes the run. And now, let's not forget Tom Brady can still run, even at his age. Uh-oh. Unless you have a quarterback spy. Yikes. Big yikes. And Daniel Jones still killed us, man. Because, why? We didn't have a quarterback spy. You'll see it in the stats. You'll see I'm not lying. You know, there it is. 10 carries for 21 yards. As long as it was 11. Proving my point yet again. That if you don't put a QB spy on these guys, you know, on normal quarterbacks like Daniel Jones, they will run on you. On the RPO guys, they will run on you. It's just that simple. Kyler Murray, they're just built like that. You know, Russell Wilson. Now, when you deal with Tom Brady, that is a totally different animal. When you're dealing with Matt, you know, when you're dealing with Matt Ryan and pocket passers, this is a totally different animal. The elite top 5, as I call them. I explained this earlier. You got to take away their targets. Never mind the quarterback spy on those situations. Take away their targets. Make them run. Your D-line will have to step up and get the job done. But I want one linebacker ready to go to handle that quarterback run. Just in case that happens. You know, have him be ready. You know, you're probably going to be pass rushing him anyway in a lot of packages. So, honestly, you might as well have him watch, you know, once Tom Brady rolls out of the pocket. You might as well. But the main goal is to take away the targets. He's seen all these coverages. He knows, okay? He knows what you're running before he even snaps the ball, folks. It's like Luke Kuechly understanding the offensive plays before they even snap the ball. It's that equivalent. So that makes him even more dangerous to deal with. And I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to show people this is the dynamic of Tom Brady that makes him who he is. People are just like, oh, he's Tom Brady and he does Tom Brady stuff. It goes way beyond that, guys. This is why I'm trying to go into these dynamics and explain them a little better for people so that they can understand kind of the basics of it. it's a little more complicated than that because there's a lot of footwork and technique and arm accuracy that goes into what Tom Brady does, you know, and where he wants his wide receivers, and stuff like that. And Peyton Manning is even more complicated than that. So, because when you're dealing with Peyton Manning, it's either these guys are in the right spot or it's hospital passes, that get your wide receivers killed. So, and each Peyton used to chew these guys out if they were not in the right spots. If you guys have ever watched his documentary on that stuff, it is fascinating. I loved it. They're a little longer so that pass rush can have time to get there. And you'll have a little more chance of success of stopping them. Not much, but you've got a little bit more of an opportunity. And for some of these pass rushers, that's all you need. Like Mr. Garrett, from the Browns last week, would have more time to get there, and that's all he needs is that opportunity to put pressure on Brady and force a bad pass. So, and there's also that dynamic of when the center of the offensive line is weak for Tom Brady, that's your opportunity to strike. Bring the pass rush up the middle. Heavy pass rush up the middle. Yes, that opens up a spot for his tight end. Yes, that opens up a spot for a small pass. So you got to be quick if you want to do it and disguise it well. So there's a lot of different elements that go into trying to beat the beast that is Tom Brady out there. It's, like I said, it's a totally different animal than Daniel Jones. It's like comparing apples to oranges, realistically, if you want to put it in basic layman's terms. Simplified, So, pass protection offensive line that protects Baker. And yes, I still have faith in Baker. He showed flashes of what he can do, for 4 quarters when on these drives. We just have to finish the drives. That's the problem. We're not finishing the drives. But I've seen potential there. And he needs coaching to make sure that he does not hold on to the ball too long or get tunnel vision. That's a quarterback coach's job. Specifically, their job. So if we get a good quarterback coach, say Ken Dorsey, we bring him back maybe, if we get lucky. He was Cam Newton's quarterback coach. Somebody of that caliber is what we're looking for. They can help out with the RPO and possibly just handle the business that we need him to handle with our quarterbacks. Coaching them up, making sure that we get these guys healthy and running the right techniques, doing the right things that they need to do. That being said, then you start looking at the weapons that we have on offense. If all goes well and you have depth on the line, then weaponry. And we've got weaponry. We've got CMC, we've got Chuba Hubbard, we've got DJ Moore, we've got Robbie now. Robbie's actually catching some passes, so yes, that's an opportunity, to make some moves. So Robbie is starting to show that 2020 Robbie that we've seen when we first got him here. And I'm so happy to see that. Yes. This is what we've been waiting for from Robbie. Like, honestly, I've been putting him under the doghouse for so long. And now he's finally starting to come out and say, I want this, man. I'm tired of all the negative stigma. I'm tired of what happened last year. I want to break out of that shell and win for you guys and make plays for you. That's what I want to see from Robbie, my man. Thank you. Thank you. This is what we're looking for, Robbie. Appreciate you for doing this, man. I love these recovery stories, man. These guys that come out and pull a 180 from having a terrible year and doing this, that, and the third, and then come back out here and ball out. I love that. Give me more of that. Please. Please give me more. All these people that I'm throwing tough love at, please. Give me that 180 recovery story. I will shout you out. I will give you all the love in the world. You know it. You know I will. I got nothing but love for these people, man. Every one of them. I want to see them succeed to the best of their ability on that field and nothing short of it. If my advice can help you to get to that point, please do listen and take that under. If you don't like it, you don't have to take that under advisement. That's up to you. Like I said, all the advice coming from this channel is up to them to decide what they want to do with it. Take it or leave it. That is up to you. So we've got the playmakers on offense, right? That's been proven. If we can get the most out of that offense, we're looking at 32 to 35 points with Bozeman in. And a solid depth chart with the offensive line. We can do this consistently if we make sure that we've got balanced offensive linemen, pass predominant, 60-40, as Ben McAdoo wants it to be. Deviate away from all these little bubble screens and all this garbage unless we actually need them, to open up the soft belly of the defense. Then in that case, fine. But keep them short and sweet, and let's start airing these balls out a little bit. You know what I mean? It's working. We're getting these passes from DJ. We're getting these passes from Robbie. It's working, guys. Finally, we've got a quarterback that can actually pass deep and do it accurately. He's showing flashes of it every now and then. I mean, yeah, he's not the greatest deep ball threat, but I mean, he can do it. And that right now, that's all we need. Give him the proper protection, give him the time that he needs, to get this ball to the proper receivers that are open. We can do a lot of damage, folks. We could utilize these guys to their fullest potential in the right ways. But it all starts with getting the right personnel, with the right playbook, and knowing, work on technique on the line, work on hands, work on footwork, all those little things. That's up to the offensive line coach to work on that stuff. Now we move on to the defense. As I've said before, we need a strong pass rusher, we need a weak pass rusher to complement each other on each side. We get both of those. We've already got Brian Burns, that's our speed rusher. Now we need a strong rusher on the other side. Defensive tackle wise, we want defensive tackles that are 60-40, run predominant. Okay? Run dominant, guys. Not pass rush, but run predominant and balanced. So once you got those guys, you got your hog boys, as Dave Gettleman called them, in place, then you start looking at your linebacking crew. We need to fill out that skeleton crew of a linebacking group that we have right now with some depth. I need guys that are able to do both run blocking and pass blocking. If you can do both and be a pass rusher, that's a bonus to me. You're ideally looking to have one linebacker that's going to be able to be put into pass rushing packages, and sneak them in there. And right now, I would argue Shaq would be that guy. If I had to pick one right now. Although I'm starting to make an argument for Luvu. Honestly, I'm starting to make that argument for Luvu because nobody's going to be expecting him to come up the middle. And go after quarterbacks on a blitz. However, we have been putting him into run-stopping situations, so now they might be looking for that because they know he can do that. I don't know. You got to be careful with that. That's a double-edged sword because if you bring him up to, if you have him in say a pass rush situation, blitz, that takes away a very, very effective run stopper. Say if they run a sweep, if they run like a little counter play, that takes him out of the play. If he's going for the quarterback on say like a play action or a option play where he can give that ball off to his running back on a counter play or a sweep. That takes Luvu out of the picture. Because there's no way he's going to be able to get to that ball carrier in time to get him in the backfield before he gets to the line of scrimmage. So that takes him out. And that pretty much guarantees you have double duty on the free safety, try to stop the run, which is going to be tough. And Shaq can't be everywhere at once. He's got to focus on that pass defense, on those tight ends. Some of these guys are pretty big, too. You don't want these guys getting wide open over the middle. So, that falls on your third linebacker here, which is Damian Wilson, who we didn't even hear his name called today. I wonder why that. Thus, why you don't see any stats from the tight ends, really, sticking out to you. It's all wide receivers. Sterling Shepard, of course, got the most yards. Not a surprise. Saquon Barkley went out for a few screen plays, 16 yards, 5.3. Not a surprise there. I told this defense to focus on Bellinger, and they did. We limited him to one catch for 16 yards. However, it was a touchdown. But how many other times have you seen that ball go towards Bellinger during this game today? That's exactly my point. Because we had him covered. Dante was on him, I believe, for a few plays, if not for most of the game. I forget who Dante was primarily sticking on. But you didn't see that many catches or pass attempts that direction. Now, I wonder why that might be. Huh. because they're scared of Dante, man. They know he's going to knock that ball down. And they know that J.C. Horn has that same ability to do that. However, J.C. coverage-wise. So, there are a few times where he did get burnt. And burnt crispy, by the way. But my main concern in week 1 was those 2 holding calls. He's a bit grabby. And it's not a good thing. So, I mean, hopefully, he could work on that and get that straightened out. And I think he'll be fine. He's an excellent tackler. He's taking the proper angles. He's getting the job done. I don't see any reason why we can't have J.C. Horn out there getting the job done. I trust him, and I trust CJ, who comes underneath him, behind him as the next in line. So, if Dante goes down like he did today, I trust CJ. I trust him completely to come in here and get the job done. No problem, man. I like CJ. I like his development so far. Plus he's a really good guy, man. He'll get, so that alone, once you start filling out those positions, allows your safeties to play their natural positions and not have to come up and defend the run constantly, but actually play their natural positions. Imagine that. Imagine when we had Trey Boston back in the day, with the 2015 squad still being partially intact back then. When we actually had these hog mollies on the line, imagine the fact that Trey Boston didn't have to do as much. He could focus on trying to improve his pass coverage. He could focus on getting the proper tackles. He could focus on getting the job done. And I love that. When you get the proper guys in, these guys go back to their natural positions and they can focus on that 100% and get better at it. And just think what this defense could be capable of when that happens. When you've got proper coaching that focuses on technique, discipline, so we don't commit penalties, pass rushers getting off their blocks to go after these guys in pass rushing situations, and we've got linebackers that stop the run. Imagine this, man. This is the utopia we could have. And this could be a consistent winner under the correct coaching staff. That actually know what they're doing. And with Scott Fitterer as the GM, I would feel completely confident that this team would become a consistent winner year after year after year. And continue to reload. Without a doubt. And if you have a down year or two, don't panic. Don't fire these guys, keep them there. If you see success already before. With building the correct alignment and building the correct roster. Don't panic. It's just a down year. Yes, it does happen. It happens to everybody. Even Alabama. Alabama's been dealing with that for the last couple of years. They weren't able to reload properly and get the people that they needed. yeah, you're going to have a couple of down years. Clemson's having that with the quarterback position right now. So if you look at college, that's what's going on there. It's a little bit more permanent when it comes to the NFL, but in long-lasting effects that last about 3 to 5 years when you can't reload properly. But once you get out of that period, you don't panic and you keep the coaching staff that's had success, you can make a run. You can make a serious run within 3 to 5 years. Point blank. That's what I see our future as if we do this correctly. And I want this coaching staff to realize that if you would stop screwing around and acting like you are bigger than everybody else on this team and bigger than the fans, Mr. Tepper, you included, take off the blinders, stop the bromance, and this is our opportunity to excel. Our division is weak. Look at our division right now. Breeze is gone. Matt Rhule Matt Ryan is gone. Sean Payton is gone. Tom Brady's about to retire. Gronk is about to retire. All of these weapons are about to be gone from the NFC South. All of these legendary people that have been holding us back for a number of years are about to be gone. Now here's my question for this coaching staff. I have 3 questions actually. Are you willing to change your ways and figure out that what we're doing is not working? And you need to change to something that does work in the NFL. Learn from the NFL. Learn from the coaches that have been doing this for a number of years. 2, are you willing to commit? And I mean seriously commit to this vision. Don't pass go. Don't collect $200. Don't skip around. This ain't hopscotch. Be serious about how you build your roster and building it correctly. And I want to see leadership skills. I don't want to see any more excuses. I want to see reasons why things are not working. Something about them. Together. And 3, most importantly, are you willing to put everything on the table and put these guys in the proper position? Every one of these guys in the proper positions to actually win and maximize their skills to the best of their abilities with proper coaching skills, proper discipline, proper chemistry, everything that worked for us in 14 and 15. The little things that made us that scary and dangerous. Are you guys willing to be predators in the NFC South? And I mean, not just win it with 9 wins. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about rule the NFC South with an iron fist. That's what we have the potential to do if we build this whole utopian vision correctly with this team, which I actually believe is real. It can happen if you do it correctly. There's a process to doing it. But you have to commit. You have to build the proper team. You have to actually get the proper players that are necessary to build it correctly. And it does take time, it takes money, it takes patience, and it takes an extraordinary amount of willpower to make it happen. Is this coaching staff capable of doing that? No. With a fresh new coaching staff under Steve Wilkes, I believe it's possible. That being said, that's my vision. And I want to know what people think about that. You know, after seeing the full picture of it, what do y'all think? You think that's possible with the right coach and the right staff? And Scott Fitterer at the helm, handling his business with trades and everything else, properly. And I guarantee you, if you build your roster correctly, he won't have to trade as much. He won't have to move these roster spots as much, for draft picks and stuff like that. Because you're not handicapping Scott, you're actually helping him do his job better. When your scouting department gives him the proper names that he can go after, then that board starts to look a little bit more dangerous in our favor. And depending on where we land, for draft picks, we can make sure we get the right people. He'll have a much easier time getting these people than you think. Scott's already got a plan. He already knows what he wants. And I want Scott to choose our next head coach. I don't want Tepper to do it. I want Scott to do it. For the simple, a head coach and a staff that is unified under Scott. They have to get along with Scott. Otherwise, it's not going to work. It's going to be the same dynamic you see right now. No, these guys have to put 2 and 2 together. They have to combine their forces and really have chemistry together as a GM and a head coach. That's why it worked, to a degree with Dave Gettleman and Ron Rivera. That's why it worked with Norv Turner and Ron Rivera back in the day. These guys knew what they wanted, and they went after it. They didn't stop. They didn't hesitate. They confidently went after what they wanted, and they put it in place. And I want to see a 4-3 defense, and I want to see an offense that is dynamic with all the weapons that we have. Proper protection, proper weaponry, proper discipline on the lines. And I want our linemen to make sure that we keep these defenders' hands engaged so that they can't get these hands up and block these passes. We saw another 2 of them today. And you can blame it on the fact that Baker's shorter than most quarterbacks. Sure, you can blame it on that. I can see that argument. But realistically, I need these offensive linemen to show proper technique, use their hands to engage these guys. Don't let them get those hands up. Especially with guys that are known for doing it, like Jadeveon Clowney, Myles Garrett. All these guys are absolutely famous for doing this. They will find ways to beat you, especially if you're a rookie. So icky beware. You know what I mean? On that one. Find ways to keep these guys engaged. Another thing I noticed that this offensive line is doing, they're giving up that yardage. They're letting that pocket back up 5 yards back into the backfield where it's basically into Baker's throat. And it's not cool, man. It's making them roll out of these pockets, man. And I don't like it. I don't like it. We got to establish footwork. We got to establish strength. We got to win these battles in the trenches to where this pocket is comfortable for Baker, but not up to his chest. You know? When he tries to make throws. He's got to have that freedom to be able to get that ball out of there when he needs to. So I highly suggest every day of every week, these offensive linemen hit that weight room. Push yourselves further. If you did 20 reps today, do 40 tomorrow. Push yourself. Be motivated to do better. Watch CMC's work ethic. I'm telling you. Let that be your motivational drive. This man outworks everybody in that locker room. No doubt about it. You've seen the videos. You know. You've seen him in Stanford. You know. Yeah, it's CMC. He's a leader. Doggone it. And I'm glad to see Frankie Luvu showing some of those leadership qualities as well. That's going to be helpful. I love Luvu. I want to see him on that 53-man roster when we rebuild it, and recreate it. I say retool it because we got a lot of weapons on this team. We got a lot of great players on this team, a lot of talent that we could just retool. You know what I mean? Not rebuild, but retool and put them in the right positions to where we can get the maximum skill set out of them, and get the most out of them. And Phill Snow is not the guy to do it. No. Neither is Matt RHULE. And I don't think Ben McAdoo is either. Steve Wilks could be. He had a lot of success with Arizona. He fought in that tough Western Division against the Seahawks, who were a very vicious team. And San Francisco was fighting back then too when he was out there. That's two tough teams you're going up against. Not to mention, that third Western team. So, realistically, he's shown now, Steve Wilks. This is why I'm pushing for Steve Wilks to be head coach. Okay? For 3 different reasons. One, you've already heard me say that he's already brought you discipline, confidence, strength, durability, chemistry to the secondary of this defense. You've already heard me say that. That's number 1 that he brings to the head coaching table. 2, he knows how to build a roster. He proved that in Arizona. He can do that. In 2 years' time, 2 to 3 years' time, he's already learned and mastered how to do that. So, this is an experienced NFL coach right here. Already. Right, waiting in the wings. Number 3, and most importantly, he's got the spine to challenge the system that we're running right now. He's got the spine to push for what he wants. He's got that hunger. He wants to be head coach. He wants to run this team. And you can tell by his actions and what he said to Phill Snow. Arguing with him physically on that field arguing with him violently, through words. Man wants it, bro. How many other coaches can you name on this roster that actually want it as bad as he does in the last 10 years? How many can you say since the Super Bowl and Ron Rivera that have that hunger to take control of this team and drive the reins in the right direction? He knows what he wants. He knows how to fix this defense. He's already run it. Come on, man. At least a tenth of that personnel was already run by him at one point. Of course, he knows how to fix it because he ran it already. Why not give him the full reign of the full roster? This man is qualified. He is ready. He's got the hunger for it, and he knows what he's doing. All three tools are what you need to be a proper head coach of this team right now. You got to have balls of steel to run this team right now. The way it's gone haywire and to the wolves. You got to have balls of steel to come in here and say, I want to do this, 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 I want to fix this, I want to fix that. Immediately on day one. That's the type of coach I want for this team. Because that's the team, that's a head coach that's got spine. That's a head coach that's got backbone. That's gonna fight. That's gonna give us these wins. You know what I mean? And earn them. Not just accept the wins, but earn them. That's the hunger I want out of a head coach here. Matt Clown Rule does not have that. Ron Rivera in his last 2 years did not have that. I mean, and with that coaching ability, guys, and with Luke brings Thomas Davis possibly, you could have Greg Olsen. Think about the possibilities of all these legendary guys in the Ring of Honor coming in here and coaching this team and using their knowledge to help this team. All of them have a passion for this team, man, and this franchise. I'm sure at least a couple of them would love to do this. Granted, they have the right staff around them that encourage them to go ahead and say, okay, you have an important point to make because you're a veteran player. Say Greg Olsen, he knows a lot about tight ends. Give him free reign to say what he needs to say and do what he needs to do with the tight ends. Watch the results. Luke Kuechly with the linebackers. Watch the results. Basically, the whole defense. Make him an assistant defensive coordinator. I would love to see that happen. He didn't have to be the DC. But yeah, it would be great if he was the DC. I would take that. Gladly, I would take that. But, I don't see that happen. Unless you get the right head coaching and the right offensive coordinator, But would I love to see that happen? Abso-freaking-lutely. That would change our entire defensive dynamic in the right direction. It would be beautiful. God, it would be a utopia. And this defense would be terrifying to deal with for the next 10 years with Luke Kuechly as our defensive coordinator and proper personnel. They would be a terror. Nobody would want to come into Charlotte and deal with these guys. Nobody. When you give him control of the defensive roster. I'm telling you, bro. sky's the limit. All of those dominoes start falling if you fire Matt RHULE today and put Steve Wilkes as your head coach. All of it starts happening with that one singular move. Are you willing to grow a spine, Mr. Tepper? Are you willing to step up and man up and show this organization and this fan base that you have bought shares in and bought this team for, that you want to see a winning team that has balls of steel, that has a backbone, that is hungry to win? It all starts with you, Mr. Tepper. Admitting that you made a mistake with Matt RHULE and hiring the correct coach. Ball is in your court, sir. I can lead a horse to water, but I can't make him drink it. That's all I can tell you right now. If you're willing to hear that out and willing to give that a shot, the opportunities that can arise from that are beautiful. Like, it's magical. And we're not just talking about Disney. We're not talking Disneyland, man. We're talking way beyond the talent level of Disneyland. These guys can really make some noise if you use them correctly. It's your decision, Mr. Tepper. I leave that in your hands. With that being said, I want to go over a few more stats from this last game here. Daniel Jones goes 22 for 34. 176 yards. Yes, our corners did a particularly good job. We did give up a touchdown. Yes. But overall, great play today. Very pleased with our corners. So now, you consider running backs a B+, wide receivers a B, tight ends a B+, O-line a C- because of the struggles they had today. And I blame Pat F1's struggles on the coach for putting in Pat F1 over Bozeman, who is completely 100% healthy. Defensive end, B-. Our pass rush is struggling. Defensive tackle, a solid B+ today. You know, the defensive tackles stepped up. They were there, you know, surprisingly. Linebackers B+, corners B+. Free safety, strong safety. The only reason I'm docking the free safety and strong safety is because of the missed tackles. And I say that to say that these safeties had to step up to stop the run. They're doing triple duty. You know, you got to cover the pass. You got to help out the one-on-ones. You got to do all these other responsibilities. Plus, step up and stop the run because our D-line is terrible. So, I give these safeties that much leeway when it comes to grading today. And for this entire year because we're running that 3-3-2. So yes, B- on both the free safety and the strong safety because of the missed tackles. Special teams B, I've got to dock the special teams because of the fumbles. And I mean, that's on Chuba. We should have never put him back there. I didn't like that one to begin with. Shi Smith is the better choice, even though he is an injury risk. You know, I'm starting to feel like this dude is an injury risk. He's a twig, and I don't like it. You know, I like I like Shi Smith's hands. Don't get me wrong, but not today. This dude dropped 2 critical passes in 2 critical situations, and that's horrible. Yeah, this is not his best day at all. And I know he's capable of better than that, so I will be expecting him to come out and ball out in the next game. You know, catch the ball, and when I say ball out, I mean at least 2 to 3 catches. Because he's underutilized. Lop Poppy says you'll be giving me love with you. For the players, yeah, man, for real. A Fox announcer on that one. No, Ian Thomas is underutilized. 100%. And finally, you go and you look at coaching C+. I mean, Matt RHULE is Matt RHULE. He's not going to change. He's still Clown RHULE. You know, I mean, he's still hanging out up here in the corner. You know, just doing Clown RHULE things. Tackling B. I thought we could have done better on tackling, but we definitely could have done a lot worse. Play calling B-. I'm tempted to say C+ because of the offensive play calling. Once we got into field goal range, it was trash. Pure trash. Once we got into field goal range. We could not move that ball for anything. And I blame Ben McAdoo for that one. You know, I don't blame our wide receivers. I don't blame our quarterback. I don't blame CMC or Chuba. We just had not had the proper play calling during that time to fully get the most out of these plays and get past that brick wall that would not allow us to get into the end zone successfully. So, I mean, what more can I say? We're looking at another rough season coming up unless we fire Matt RHULE right now. And the fact that Detroit got a win before we did really is what pisses me off the most about today. Yeah, all these wide receivers really made the most out of their catches. 145 yards passing. 1 touchdown. So Robbie Anderson had 1 fumble. Chuba had 1 fumble. That doesn't surprise me. Chuba ends up on that list all the time. Baker had 1 fumble, but that was Pat F1. Being Pat F1. As well as the fact that, you know, he fumbled that thing out of bounds. So, and when I say Pat F1 being Pat F1, that pressure came up the middle, so he had to roll out and try to run that ball for the first down. Therefore, created the fumble that you saw. All right, now first downs, we had 7 rushing first downs, 7 passing first downs. But here's the number I want y'all to see. 2 for 12 on third down efficiency. Scary stuff right there. Scary stuff. Let's see what it is with the Browns game. I bet it's not nice. 4 for 11 in the first game. So we went from 4 for 11 today against the Giants. What is happening with these third down plays, man? What is going on here? We had to go for it on fourth down, which actually did work, surprisingly. $275 total yards, total net yards. Whew, sorry. Yawning, it's late, so ignore that. I'm used to this. Alright, so the next number I want you guys to look at is the 14 for 29 passing, obviously. We had 5 punts. Our punts are averaging 42.4. Think about that. That's pretty good. Now, here's where things get dicey. 1 for 4 in the red zone. Ouch. Our goal to go efficiency, 0. 0. Ladies and gentlemen. That should not be 0. Had Shi Smith caught that ball at the 7-yard line, it would have set up first and goal on the 5. So that would have set up a goal to go efficiency scenario. That's what that is. It's inside the 5. It's first and goal, second and goal situation. And that is basically what that means. One thing you could do in these is watch the highlight video NFL post on their YouTube and see all the recaps. See, the problem is copyright. I don't want to get in trouble with copyright because I got warnings for the highlight videos for film study for draft preparations. So I've gotten 2 of those now, so I've got to be very careful. I don't want to risk that. And the NFL is even stricter than the college people are. So they hate it when they use your film. Yeah, their film to do anything. Whether it be streaming, whether it be videos, anything. Tremble and Ian disappeared today. Actually, Tremble was not there. He was mostly run blocking. Ian Thomas was out there for a couple of catches. Dropped one as well, as you might expect. Because the tight ends have been having that issue since training camp. I've noticed that. when I was out there for every training camp day, the one of the two tight ends would at least drop one every day, consistently for those 6 days that I was there. And I was like, huh, I wonder what they're doing when I'm not there. Probably the same thing. So I would have to safely assume that's been an ongoing thing. Um, 5 penalties for 38 yards. These guys know who they are. I don't like those 3 fumbles. I mean, you date back to the first game and look at the fumble numbers. Yeah, we had one against the Browns, but they should have recorded at least 2 or 3 more that Pat Eflin fumbled, but we recovered. We scooped it up and did something with it off of bad snaps. So, yeah, I wouldn't say that Tremble had disappeared today. He was run blocking, so. All right, so let's compare that to the first game. You're looking at 18 for 34 on pass completions. And 1 for 2 on goal to go situations. We're actually doing something in the second half. Surprise, surprise. Red zone efficiency, 1 for 4, though. Yeah, see, that's a big yikes. Now we compare that red zone efficiency again, 1 for 4. Yikes. Ladies and gentlemen, come on. This is a pattern. And if we don't put a stop to it now, it's going to continue. And it's going to eat us alive. Because we are leaving points on the field, is what we're doing. But not getting that average up. I'm telling you this right now. We are leaving points on the field. And granted, during the Browns game, we had 24 minutes of possession time. No, it's against the Giants, my mistake. So we had 24 minutes with the ball against the Giants. We're not getting off the field in time. And the Giants controlled the clock. 35 minutes, 57 seconds. And I'm just trying to tell you what we did offensively, numbers-wise. You can fill in the rest of the blanks here. I pretty much showed you on stream how to find these box scores. You go to the you essentially go to the scheduled game, the final score of it. Look right below that on the main Panthers website. And in those boxes that you see the final score, and it will say box score. And you can look up all these stats and numbers yourself. You know what I mean? Don't just go by me. Please do. Look this stuff up yourself when you're not watching the streams. And you'll see a lot of stuff pop up at you that maybe I haven't even seen. But I just have an eye for these stats, because I've been doing this enough. here's an interesting thing. When we played the Giants, we held them to 6 for 18 on third downs. Much, much better. However, it's not enough. Let's see. 8 penalties for the Giants. So, I mean, they pretty much handed us a lot of the yards that we needed on a couple of these drives. You know, to set ourselves up. Of course, we still had to make a play to get ourselves in field goal range to make these plays possible. You're looking at red zone efficiency 1 for 3, even despite the 35 minutes they had the ball. Now, defensively, what did we do? Field goal, punt, halftime. Punt. There's the touchdown. Gave up 6 points total. Hands on hips because everybody has to do extra double duty, you know, taking care of the run. So these guys are exhausted when they have to come out there and try to cover some of these guys. Of course, it's going to be, you know what I mean? When they come up to the line. It's not a surprise to me, man. These guys are tired. You know, they've been working their butts off for the entire game. Just to make sure these guys don't get 7 on the board every drive. You know, put some respect on these defensive players' names. For real. Especially Brian Burns and Frankie Louvu, man. These guys wanted it today. Put some respect on Shaq's name, too. Because that run stopping was excellent today. From him in that fourth quarter. I loved it. This is where Shaq started really stepping up when these guys got tired. And he said, all right, I got you. I got you, homies. Let's do this. You know, I'll step in and be that run stopper that you guys need during those situations. I got you. Let's hand them the ball, why don't we? Because why not? We're not having enough trouble winning games. Man, please. Field goal, punt, field goal. And then finally, that big touchdown with DJ. Punt. Field goal, punt. Lame. Come on. We can do better than that. Look at the weapons we have on this offense. It doesn't have to be this way. I'm telling you, Mr. Tepper, please, man. Take my advice. Let me help you to help this team. Fire him. It's the only way. All right. You got Frankie Louvu getting 10 tackles, 4 tackles for a loss, 1 pass deflection. I mean, this dude was a monster today. Shaq, 6 tackled out of 10. Xavier Woods. And I mean, Xavier Woods had a rough first quarter. But still, 10 combined tackles. Very nice. Chin, same thing. Rough first quarter for him. You got 5 tackles. So they look nice on the stat sheets. Burns, what a day from Brian Burns. Put some love and respect on this man's name today. Big shout out to him. 4 tackles, 2 sacks, 2 tackles for a loss, and 4 quarterback pressures or hits. And finally, my most impressive, we come to this Derek Brown. He's my standout guy from today. Finally, defensive tackles are showing up. They're showing up. They're not just like, well, we're just going to run this play and hope that we can stop the run. No, finally, these guys are starting to show up. And I'm like, yes. Where has this been? Where has this been, folks? I'm trying to tell you, this is what we're looking for right here. Stop hunting. It's here. Derek Brown is my most improved player of today. Of this game against the Giants. 4 tackles, 1 quarterback hit, 1 pass deflection. Oh, and might I remind you, there's a certain player on this defense that almost got a pick 6. Y'all know who it was. I don't have to say it. Y'all know who it was. And when you're paying attention and you get that ball in your hands, bye-bye. I'm telling you, he had nothing but open green in front of him. Nothing but open green. God, I wanted that pick for him, man. Oh my God. And that certain player was Frankie Louvu. God, I wanted that for him. He worked his butt off for that opportunity. The entire game. He put everything he had into that game. And he deserved an opportunity, man. No question. You know, I could not be more happy that he got that opportunity and he almost got it. Great effort. Hopefully next time, man. But I'm not mad at you. You know, you caused a pass deflection. I'll take that too. You know, we will certainly take that too. You know, that's one more down where we get a stop. You know, glad we take it. So, Henry Anderson, 3 total tackles. There's a quarterback hit. And obviously you got McCall with a massive tackle for a loss. What a violent hit. Dante Jackson, 2 tackles, tackle for a loss. And it's a shame, like, that when you look through stats, these types of hits don't show up, you know? It's just recorded as a tackle for a loss, you know? Or a quarterback hit. It's a shame, man, because these guys deserve the credit that they're due for some of these hits, man. I'm telling you. Football's a violent game. It really is. These guys hit each other like 10-ton trucks sometimes. And if you're on the receiving end of it and you're a stick like Shi Smith, you're going to get hurt. There's just no two ways about it. You're going to get hurt. The Polo says, how do you judge a coach with no quarterback? Corral wasn't hurt. Might as well put him in and see what he has. Panthers will be good with a decent quarterback. Yeah, Corral is hurt. That's the thing. I don't know why he's not on the. But wasn't he listed on the IR, folks? I think he was. I'm fairly certain he was. I need to check the official site. I don't think they have the IR listings on here. Yeah, they don't have the IR on here. It's going to be under transactions. Yeah, injury reserve. Yeah, there we go. Under Roberts is on there. Ooh, excuse me. Josh Babbitt's to the practice squad. Okay, so Aaron Mosby will be filling out that linebacker crew. Excellent. We got a kicker signed for the practice squad, Taylor Birchway. I probably mispronounced that last name, but I'm famous for doing that. Please correct me if I get it wrong. Practice squad. But yeah, Spencer Brown was hurt, so we waived him while he was injured. Keith Kirkwood we let go of as well. Does anybody know where Keith Kirkwood actually ended up at? Did anybody sign him? I never did hear about that. Putting Justin Burris on the safety practice squad is dangerous. And I'll tell you why. Putting your eggs in the basket of Sean Chandler is extremely dangerous. The only time that Sean Chandler has been proven successful is in 3 straight preseason games. But you try to put him into a regular season game, and there's no place for him. He's a special teamer. Otherwise, if you put him in coverage, there goes another 7 to 14 points given up. Here, does Sean Chandler have legitimate coverage issues, or based on the light of the new information that we have, did Phill Snow misuse him and put him in the wrong spots? And that's why we give up those points. Starting to catch on to some of these puzzle pieces, aren't you? And start to ask some of these relevant questions now, aren't you, folks? Right along with me. But how long will that IR be all year? I'm not entirely sure. That's what I'm looking for it on the transaction page to see. And I don't see it. Sam Darnold's on the IR. I know that. Hmm. Oh, we actually re-signed Kenny Robinson to the safeties to the practice squad too. Okay, good. Good, good, good. Good. That actually gives me some actual comfort there. Knowing that we have both in the practice squad, we can easily elevate them should we need them. Good. I assumed we were just going to get rid of Kenny Robinson, but I guess not. That's okay. That's a good thing that he's still there. Yeah, I don't see. I I don't see him here, man. Hmm. That's really strange. So for now, I don't know to answer your question until I have that information like legally out there on the website, for us to be able to use. Um, I don't have any inside sources to be able to tell you or to answer that question properly. So, short answer right now, I don't know. And like I said, if I legit don't know something, I will tell you I don't know. Because there isn't enough information for me to give you a proper answer. I'm not like all these other people that are just like, oh, let's deflect this into a different question or a different topic, to avoid it because I got caught, not knowing an answer. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to be real with y'all, man. If I don't know something, I'm going to tell you I don't know. Real talk, man. That's how I do things around here. Yeah, Andre Roberts got put on IR. Hmm. Okay, Nixon is on the practice squad. I do feel better about that now, but I don't know about trusting Phil Hoskins over Davion Nixon though. For me, Davion Nixon is better at run defense. That's just how I feel about it, man. What he says goes. Uh, let's see. Anything else from this game that I really want to look at? Gross Matos 3 tackles. Matt Iniditis. I want to give Matt Iniditis his proper credit. Um, he actually had a sack today. Tackle for a loss. Two proper tackles that were majorly important during this game. Nicely done, Matt. Very nicely done. Hartsfield coming up for the run stops. Corey Littleton with his 2 tackles as well. I mean, overall, here's the thing. You got 2 pass deflections. Only 2. No forced fumbles. Isn't that interesting? No interceptions. Isn't that interesting right there? Okay. Now, I warned y'all about Xavier McKinney. 5 total tackles from this dude. 2 pass deflections. Y'all can't say I didn't warn you. This dude's a terror. Dexter Lawrence, same thing. I warned you all about him too. 1 quarterback hit. 5 total tackles. Dangerous guy right there. Moving on down to Jackson. You got a pass deflection and a fumble recovery. 3 tackles. Let's see. Who stands out? Holmes with the forced fumble. And realistically, those are the only things that caught my attention out of that crazy Giants defense today. Otherwise, everything was silent. Realistically, it just led to Phill. Got your scoring summary. I mean, these box scores are really good. If you guys want to know, like, who started, all of this stuff, man. Who got substituted? Who didn't play? You know, Higgins didn't play. Why did Higgins not play? Another question everybody's been raising. They noticed that right out of the gate. So, alright, guys. That pretty much sums up this Giants game. I'm not pleased by what I saw, but I'm also pleased with certain aspects of it. You know, there's a few players that made some progress today. They know who they are. I pointed them out. And like I said, we just have to ride through this crazy storm that we're going through as a team. It's not easy. It's challenging. It's tough. And yes, it might piss us off a lot. But we are where we are. Alright. Anything anybody wants to add? Alright. Right now I think that Sam would be better, to be honest. Sam can't throw the deep ball though. That's the issue. That was the issue with him. Like, we could not hit a deep ball at all. And I mean, look at the first 2 games of this season where Baker hit Robbie and he also hit DJ. We are indeed the laughingstock of the league right now. Yes, sir. Unfortunately, that is the case. I hate to see that happen, man. We are literally the worst team in the league. When Detroit beats you to a win, and you can't, like, honestly, it's not acceptable. The fact that Clown Rule right here is still alive and kicking. He's still not fired yet. Should raise some eyebrows at David Tepper. I feel that one, Vietnam. I'm tired of seeing him at the bottom of the list too, man. I feel that one, man. Let those frustrations out, man. Whatever you got to say, man, let them out. This is a venting stream, man. Real talk. And I mean, I do feel like this is a good time to say this as well. You know, if you guys are dealing with like other issues like depression, cancer, you know, any of these things, you know, that are crippling, that really screw up your and message me. Feel free, man. I will reply to you, I promise. If I'm busy, I will try to make darn sure I make time for you, you know, as soon as I can. Keep in mind, I am dealing with family issues, you know, and I am a busy guy, so. But I will try my darndest to reply to each and every one of you that reaches out to me if you need help. For real. I'm here for any of you. You know, we're a family, doggone it, man. Come on. We're a family. I got brothers and sisters in this family, man. You know what I mean? And other. Maybe you're another. We're all family, man. We're all connected. We're all Panthers. End of the day. We're not going anywhere. Win, lose, or draw. We are not going anywhere. We love this team that much that we are not going anywhere. That's loyalty. That's loyalty, bro. And Mr. Tepper, respectfully, man, I know you see all this toxicness, man. I know you see all this negativity on Twitter and the fan base going at you right now, man. But recognize that we're trying to save this franchise. You know, we're doing this out of love. I wouldn't be calling for this man's job if I didn't think this was not the best thing for this franchise. Recognize that there's love here, man. Even if you don't fire the man, we're still going to stick around. That's who we are. That's loyalty. All right. I hope that we hear a firing announcement later this week, man. I really, really do. Mr. Clown RHULE. And I'm just going to leave this here. I'm going to leave this here right here for everybody to look at. Clown RHULE with his rainbow wig on and his honk honk that big old nose. How does this man still have a job? God, please tell me, how does he still have a job? It's it's unfathomable. I don't understand it. How do you have that type of a record in the NFL and still have a job? There's no way. I'm half expecting to come out on like a little red bike, you know? Honk honk, ching ching, ching ching. it's it's Clown RHULE. It's Clown RHULE. Ching ching, ching ching. He's gonna come out here and answer some questions for you and give you some excuses on why everything's gone wrong somehow with this team. We played bad today, and I accept responsibility for that. I'm really sorry about that. Yeah, sure you are. Yeah, traitorous Jet, New York Jet, clown show, clown show. Man, come on, man. Get this junk out of here, man. Real talk, man. Mr. Tapper, if you got any sense, man, please get this man out of here. I will forgive you completely if you fire him. And with all due respect, man, every one of these people are human, and I would have a conversation with them. I would sit down with them and eat lunch with them, man, or dinner, you know, or even breakfast, you know, and have these conversations with these people, man, and say the same exact things I'm saying on this stream. I would, for real. Yeah, I mean, some of this stuff comes across as a little rude, but it's necessary. It's necessary. I wouldn't do this if I didn't think it was necessary. Matter of fact, I might just put that as my background on my laptop for this week. I might do it, bro. I'm so tempted. It looks so funny. I don't even know like who posted this picture, but I love it. Oh my god, you gotta find the humor in the toxic stuff, man. You just have to. Life is just it, it's a it's a crazy place, man. You gotta find humor where you can and just enjoy it. You know, no matter how crazy things get and how rocky things get, man, we're still here. That means we can still keep pounding. You know, we have no choice but to keep pounding. You know, when Sam Mills got diagnosed with that cancer, what did he do? He kept pounding. When the when things got horribly bad with this franchise, to where we only got 2 wins, you know, or even just 1 win, what did we do? We kept pounding. Never ever stop pounding. All right? That's my message for everybody today. No matter how grim this season might look, and I'll tell you, it looks grim indeed. But you know what? We're all still here. The fact that we're all this pissed off shows that we care that much. And we love this franchise that much. You know? And that's real. That's real emotion right there. That's real loyalty right there. That's a beautiful thing. Don't ever take that for granted. As long as we are here and we still love this team, we're going to keep pounding. Alright, guys. It is late at night. I gotta get off here, man. I want to get some sleep. And we got the Saints next. Expect my pregame stream to be on Saturday night. Probably after 9 on the East Coast. Most likely after 9. I'll post the announcement as best I can to give you guys a heads up on when that's going to be. But yeah, if it gives any of you guys any comfort, man, I'm not doing well in my fantasy football leagues either. So all these guys are underperforming as well. So maybe that will help and give some people some comfort, you know what I mean? That even I'm struggling right now, even with the knowledge that I have on these players. And believe me, man, I drafted Brian Burns. I drafted Jeremy Chin. And I'm still struggling. A man could dream, man. A man could dream. You trying to get another ring, a man could dream. We gonna get through this though. But yeah, y'all have a great night, man. Stay happy, healthy, and well. I just want to see everything go well for everybody. And we're gonna get through this season. We're gonna do it. Alright, guys. Thank you so much for coming by. I want to give a shout out to all the new followers, all the new subscribers. I don't have the list in front of me, but the ones that are on the mini feed are Pint Lee, Josh Rousey, Paul Snow, Douglas Cox. Those are the ones that I see on here right now. You know, that are new subscribers. Welcome, 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 welcome. And thank you so much. Shout out to you, Clax. Mr. Otello Claxton. Love this dude, man. Rashawn Bradham. And I think that's it off of the Facebook one. On YouTube, shout out to Lock Poppy, Graham Cracker, Turbo Dream. Best of luck to your Raiders, by the way. David Screws, who I talk to a lot. Love this dude. Vietnam 26. Paul Thomas. I didn't read that comment. Danny Dobbs. Okay, cool. X Steve. Best of luck to your Giants. You know, for the rest of the season. I hope they do well. You know, for your sake. Um, personally, as a Panthers fan, I'm 50-50 on that because I kind of want to see the Giants kind of flop a couple of these games so it makes us look better. You know, no disrespect to you, but I kind of want to see that happen so it helps us out, you know. But best of luck to your Giants in all good faith, man. Bo Chaney, appreciate you. Darrell Zero Chill, Perry, um, Rory, whoever you are. I've never seen you before. Okay, Lock Poppy, and let's see. Oh, shout out to the Polo and Vietnam again. All right, that is everybody, I believe. If you want a shout out and you're here and your name isn't in chat and you haven't chatted, please let me know, and I'll shout you out real quick. Because I still see a couple people in here. So if you guys want to, let me know. If not, then final shout outs to Carol, my YouTube partner, who is dealing with surgery right now. Much love to her. Send some thoughts and prayers to her. Put a heart on the stream if you're on Facebook. Put a like on the stream if you are on YouTube. Just show her some love, man. Because she think is necessary, to use. And she's very thorough with this stuff. So, if anybody would like to take up those duties and like send me info and stuff like that, just dig through all the social media sites and just send me stuff, you're more than welcome to do so. I am looking for somebody to do that to temporarily take her spot right now to be able to do that until she's feeling better and she's able to handle some of this stuff herself again if she chooses to jump back in. So, that's up to y'all, man. If you want to do that, feel free. Let me know. Send me a PM or a DM. I'm on Instagram as well. I'm following a lot of these Panthers YouTubers and stuff like that. So, shout out to all the YouTubers that are doing the stuff that you're doing. It can't be easy to stream after a game like this. It can't be. I completely get it, okay? When we lost that game today, my heart sank. I didn't even want to do this stream. This is one of those days where I just did not even want to stream, period. And try to have to explain for 5 hours why we struggled. Why this team sucks. Why we're at the bottom of the league. But I'm doing it for you guys. Real talk, I'm doing it for y'all. Because that is who I am. And because you are who you are. You're amazing people. And I built a beautiful community full of amazing people. And I wanted you guys to get that opportunity to get this stuff off your mind. Get that frustration out, in the chat. Do whatever you got to do, man. And learn from it. Learn from this garbage game today. And move on from it. So, I did this for y'all. So, you're welcome. You're very welcome. And I gladly do it every single time for y'all. Because you would do it for me. If you were the YouTuber and I was the viewer, you would gladly do it for me. I guarantee you. Some of y'all would. I know a few of y'all, man. I know your hearts. And I appreciate that, man. That's a beautiful thing. I guess the only thing left to say is keep pushing through those challenges in life. Stay happy, healthy, and well. And above all else, keep pounding, baby. You know, we ain't got no other choice. We just gotta keep pounding. Have a good one, y'all. I'm getting some sleep. Keep pounding, baby. Fire Matt RHULE.